Buenos días. Good morning, señoras y señores, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Madrid, and thank you for attending the 10th Joint-ESAs Consumer Protection Day. I'm thrilled to see you all gathered here today for a number of reasons. First and foremost, because this year's edition of the Joint-ESAs Consumer Protection Day is the first since 2019 where we're fully back to normal. The 2020 edition, as you may recall, was cancelled because of COVID. The 2021 edition was held 100% remotely, and last year's edition was a hybrid event that was in person in Frankfurt and also remote at the same time. So this year is the first edition, predominantly in person, although we have decided to also stream the event so we can reach a wider audience. Of course, organizing this year's event in Madrid is a bit special for me, as this city has a special place in my heart and will continue to have that. But more importantly, organizing the event in Madrid is a way for the European supervisory authorities to honor Spain and its presiding rotation presidency of the European Union during this semester. I would like here also to take a moment to thank the CNMV and its chair and vice chair, Rodrigo and José, for organizing the event with the ESAs this year and for the good organization that we have already experienced so far. I'm sure we'll experience for the rest of the day as well. Now, as some of you may remember, the first edition of the Consumer Day took place in 3 cities where the ESAs had their seats at the time: Paris, Frankfurt, and London. At the wise suggestion of some of the stakeholders then, including consumer associations, we decided to change that and to make the Joint-ESAs Consumer Protection Day even more European by organizing it every year in a different part of the Union. I'm also happy to welcome you today because this year is the 10th edition of the Joint-ESAs Consumer Day, and it certainly is an important milestone for us as organizations. The Joint-ESAs Consumer Protection Day is the only event organized yearly by the 3 ESAs, the EBA, EIOPA, and ESMA, in a joint manner. The event is a means to promote a discussion between all types of stakeholders on the most important issues in a given year that impact consumers and are of relevance for the 3 ESAs within the financial sector. Consumer protection is indeed a top priority for each of our 3 institutions, individually, and a number of achievements of each of the ESAs speaks to that every year. But it's also a top priority for the Joint Committee of the 3 ESAs, the body that groups all of us together to work on common goals within the European financial sector. I have the honor of chairing this year the Joint Committee, and indeed, the Joint Committee has been very involved on consumer protection issues, and a lot has already been achieved for this year of 2023. For example, under PRIPS, the Joint Committee has continued to monitor the application of the Key Information Document, the famous KID, and to work on promoting convergent approaches through the use of Q&As. This follows the successful implementation of a new PRIPS delegated regulation and the extension of the KID to all types of investment funds at the start of this year. On SFDR, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, the Joint Committee has worked hard this year to review the Level 2 framework to fulfill the request sent by the EU Commission. This Joint Committee issued a joint consultation paper in April on draft changes, including new indicators for principal adverse impacts and financial product decarbonization target disclosures. The 3 ESAs intend to submit a final report with the amending RTS to the Commission by the end of this month, and additional related work is foreseen for next year. In addition to that, the 3 ESAs have joined force on financial education to both coordinate initiatives of national authorities, but also to support EU-wide initiatives through educational fact sheets on the impacts on inflation and on the sustainability and greenwashing. The fact sheets are addressed to consumers, written in simple words, translated into all EU languages, and reproduced by the national authorities on their respective websites across the Union. All of this work comes on top of the numerous consumer protection-oriented work done by the ESAs individually on their respective sectors. And today, we will continue discussing consumer protection issues, of course. That's the purpose of the day. Verena, my colleague and chair of ESMA, will take the stage in a few minutes and speak in more detail about the program of today. But before that, I would like to introduce somebody who is ideally positioned to deliver our keynote speech for today. Nadia Calviño, Santa Maria. She's the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation of Spain. Her sensitivity to European issues is very well known. She previously served for over a decade at the European Commission, holding some key sector positions in the financial industry, including Deputy Director General in the Directorate General for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets Union. It is a great honor for the ESAs to have her with us today as one of our key speakers. Now, as you can imagine, you have not seen her run, and I don't have her here hiding under my story. Unfortunately, Deputy Prime Minister Calviño, she had a last-minute conflict and had to attend an urgent meeting today and has not been able to join us and deliver her speech in person. But she has been able to join us because she has agreed to record her speech for us. So let me play that speech right now.
It's a great pleasure to participate in this high-profile event, which comes at a crucial point in time. As we look around, it is clear that the world is undergoing massive change. Geopolitical and trade tensions, new global powers, technological innovation, the need to mobilize investments for climate action, social inequalities and political shifts. All these factors make it more important than ever that we find common ground to ensure financial stability and also financial practices and policies that deliver good outcomes for consumers and citizens as a whole. The development of a customer-centric culture and behavior is a key element to enhance the reputation and smooth functioning of the financial system. To this end, we have been working in Spain since we took office in 2018 to reinforce the regulatory and supervisory framework, working together with financial players to respond to citizens' needs and expectations. We have launched the creation of a Financial Customer Ombudsman Authority. We have reinforced customer protection through the Customer Services Act. And we launched a sandbox to ensure appropriate tools to protect consumers and public safety in the context of emerging digital players. We have also adapted our framework to deal with crypto assets, preparing the ground for the entry into force of the European Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, MiCA, to reap the benefits of financial innovation while protecting the interests of consumers and investors, as well as financial and monetary stability. Beyond legislation, we have worked with the banking sector to provide relief to most vulnerable families hit by the fast increases in interest rates and to improve their service, in particular to elderly clients who need specific protection and support in the new digital environment, and also to ensure financial inclusion through the provision of physical banking services in 100% of the territory. Finally, let me refer to ongoing work to promote sustainable finance in the EU. The taxonomy and the green bond standard are the first steps in a process that will surely help mobilize the necessary public and private investment to tackle climate change and move to a more sustainable growth model. It is important that the whole toolkit is fit for purpose. In particular, risks of greenwashing need to be assessed and avoided to ensure that the whole regulatory framework is not misused. We're all aware of the magnitude of these challenges, but let me conclude with a strong message of confidence. By building on shared values and interests and actively seeking solutions to common challenges, we can work together to drive positive change that will steer the European economy towards a sustainable growth model that ensures prosperity and competitiveness, a fairer growth model too. And I am confident that we policymakers and political leaders, together with relevant stakeholders representing industry and consumers, will find the right actions to make it happen. I wish you all the best and send my warmest regards to all participants and especially to the European supervisory authorities, which I keep, as you know well, very close to my heart.
Thank you for your presence. I'll give the floor now to Verena.
Thank you, José Manuel, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you once again on behalf of the ESAs to this joint ESAs Consumer Protection Day here in Madrid. Deputy Prime Minister Calviño very rightly stressed some of the difficult challenges we have ahead of us, notably on how to deal with moving to a more sustainable economy, trying to drive finance into making our world more sustainable over time, and also the challenges that we're facing when it comes to supervision of crypto assets. She also emphasized the importance of a customer-centric culture and protecting the users of financial services. She talked about that from her perspective in Spain, but also how important it is that we find common ways across Europe, common ways also from the industry and the consumer side. And as José Manuel rightly said, consumer protection is key also for each of the ESAs individually and for us together working together through the Joint Committee. The ESAs have joined forces on the important consumer protection topic of financial education, particularly recently. Today's panels will discuss topics of crypto assets, cross-selling, and greenwashing. These are three areas where, in addition to our traditional rulemaking and supervisory convergence roles, clearly educating consumers is key. The ESAs really believe in the importance of financial education. It might not change things overnight, but in the medium and long term, it's clearly a key ingredient for making the whole financial services industry work better in the benefit for consumers. We have continued also this year with our work on financial education with the development of interactive fact sheets directed to consumers to educate them on the two key themes of inflation and rising interest rates and of sustainable finance. In this context, I'm very pleased to announce that the ESAs, together with the national competent authorities, will publish next month an interactive fact sheet to contribute providing financial education input on the topic of sustainable finance. These fact sheets will be available in all European languages and will be proactively promoted at national levels with consumers through the national authority websites. Financial education is an area where joint action of the ESAs and the national authorities is clearly very beneficial, and where the knowledge, efforts, and experience of the EU national regulators across the three sectors and the ESAs can be pooled very efficiently. As I mentioned a moment ago, today we will be speaking about three topics that have required recently a lot of legislative actions, but also supervisory convergence work, and will also benefit from the further financial education efforts that we undertake. Let me briefly run through the three panels. Our first panel this morning will be on cross-selling, a topic of concern from an investor protection standpoint, as a number of questionable behaviors have been spotted in the past in this area. The panel will explore some trends of this particular market practice, the applicable regulatory framework, and how best to ensure that cross-selling practices lead to good consumer outcomes. I very much look forward to hearing this. The second panel will discuss the highly anticipated regulation of crypto assets in the European Union. MiCA entered into force in June this year and will apply from June next year. We as the ESAs have started work on what are over 40 policy mandates, and the EBA is clearly preparing also for the supervision of issuers of significant asset reference and e-money tokens. This is a gigantic piece of work and a major consumer protection concern for us, as crypto assets have become very popular, including with the least literate of consumers. The panel will discuss the scope of the regulation and the features that are there to try to protect consumers in this environment. And then, this afternoon, our last panel of the day will discuss another very important topic, a topic that is already keeping us all very, very busy, and which will continue to do so over the coming years. And that is the issue of greenwashing. The discussion will focus on the risks posed by greenwashing in the protection of retail investors and consumers, and what financial market participants can do to mitigate greenwashing risks. Right after the second panel of Mika and before the break for lunch, Rodrigo Buenaventura will deliver the second keynote speech of the day. Rodrigo is the chair of the CNMV, the Spanish Securities and Markets Authority, and he has been, and his team have been essential in co-organizing this event today. So I would like to really take this moment to thank him, Montse, the vice chair, as well as all the CNMV staff and ESA staff that have done so much to making this day happen. And please join me in a round of applause to thank all of them for the hard work. As I won't have a chance to introduce Rodrigo later on, I will just say 2 words about him. So he is not only very important in the Spanish financial market and its supervision, but he also had a bright European career before he came back here to Spain, because he was head of the markets department in the early days of ESMA. So we worked very closely together for many years. And so I think he's an ideal speaker for this event with his perspective of both the Spanish and the European markets and the challenges that we face when it comes to consumer protection. I'll now leave the floor to the first panel of the day on cross-selling. The panel discussion will take place after a short impulse speech by Dr. Mark Leiser, who is professor in digital, internet, and platform regulation at the Amsterdam Law School. Dr. Leiser will then take part in the panel that will be chaired by Fausto Parente. Over to you.
You probably won't be surprised to hear that there's very bad things happening to consumers on the internet. I work in the space of platform regulation, trying to make the information ecosystem better for not just consumers, but users and data subjects alike. And my research over the last few years has focused on this concept of dark patterns. Now, I don't know if all of you have heard of the concept of dark patterns. Some of you may have heard the phrase deceptive design, but I'm sure that everybody in this room has actually encountered a dark pattern, whether or not they've realized it or not. What a dark pattern is the thing or a trick that a designer will use or a business will use to get a consumer or a data subject or a user to do something that they wouldn't have done without the deceptive design. It was coined by the phrase dark patterns was coined by a designer named Harry Brignall back in 2010, who ran the darkpatterns.org website. And he argued that these are the tricks that you use in websites that make you do things that you did not mean to do, like buying or signing up for something. Now, for myself, as a lawyer, this definition isn't particularly helpful. And we've kind of moved the language towards deceptive design. But I noticed that the term was being used quite loosely by users and critics and design ethicists to encounter all the things about a website that people didn't like. So part of the user interface that they weren't particularly happy with, or the frustrations of making a purchase that took longer than it should, or making it too hard to get a refund in the event of a return. So I then define it as a coercive or a manipulative design technique typically used by designers when some sort of action is needed from a user. And normally, the world of academia associates dark patterns with data protection. And you will all have encountered a cookie banner where somebody needs you to accept or reject in order to begin the processing of your personal data. Except things like this are illegal. This does not have, in the user interface, a setting to allow you to reject the processing of personal data. It takes several steps further to allow you to go into the cookie banner to allow you to make that setting. Here, from a consumer perspective, consumer protection point of view, you'll see little tricks like this. You buy a ticket, it costs you $310, but then by the time you get to the outcome, a service fee has been added, as well as a fulfillment fee on top of that, which extends the actual cost substantially higher than what you thought you were going to pay. And the best thing about the world of dark patterns coming from design ethicists like Harry Brignall is that because they're designers, they can give us very snazzy infographics about all the different tricks that you use. And the second aspect of that that's really important for understanding dark patterns is the colorful metaphors that they gave some of the tricks. So you get phrases like roach motel, when you enter something, but it's very difficult to get out of. Or privacy zuckering, in tribute to Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, where you give away more of your personal data than you're intended to, or you're tricked into giving more of your personal data than you're intended to. Or sneak into basket, or bait and switch, or disguised ads. All of these are very, very helpful tools for understanding what dark patterns look like, but they don't translate very well into law and regulation. And that's why people like me are very interested in the topic. And the good news is that unlike the excesses of big tech in the 2010s, we've been pretty quick to respond to the practice of dark patterns in the European Union. The GDPR, obviously the flagship data protection law in this country, regulates things like transparency and fairness on the data subject, and the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive regulates unfairness to the average consumer. But since then, we also have the Digital Services Act, we have the Digital Markets Act, with the Data Act proposal, and we have the AI Act. And all of these provisions and regulations from the European Union contain specific prohibitions on dark patterns and other forms of deceptive design. And as you can see, these provisions are sometimes they're outright bans, other times they are prohibitions with some exceptions, but the point is that we're starting to see very meaningful rules regulating these practices. And more importantly, we're starting to see enforcement. And when I say enforcement, I don't mean enforcement with a slap on a wrist. I see enforcement and significant fines and significant penalties for using these types of techniques to trick consumers into doing something. For example, Fortnite, the gaming company, was slapped with a $500 million fine. TikTok was fined 337 million euros. You're seeing companies like in the Netherlands, World Ticket Center fined 337,000 and 337 euros, 1,000 euros. We're seeing companies like Google, who just last week were fined a substantial amount by the German Competition Authority, marrying competition law to data privacy violations. So by using your power as a big tech provider to abuse data subjects, you can impose fines through competition law as well. So enforcement's really important, and it gives teeth to the law. For us lawyers, this is a substantial improvement of what we saw in the first few years of the GDPR, and it gives a level of protection to consumers that we might not have had just a couple of years ago. Now, why I'm sitting here, I could try and give you some examples of dark patterns that you've probably seen or interacted with. One of the most infamous examples of dark patterns that I've ever seen is Ryanair. And I'll just tell you very quickly about what Ryanair did, you can judge them independently on your independently. If you wanted to take out insurance for travel insurance, if you bought a trip on Ryanair's website, you were default selected, a pre-tick box was selected for taking out travel insurance. Now that's not that big of a deal if you make it clear and obvious to consumers. It's still illegal, or arguably illegal, but in order to reject the insurance, you had to go looking for it. And actually the option for rejecting insurance was snuck in between the countries of Latvia and Lithuania on the drop-down menu. No, I don't want insurance. So you had to go kind of looking for it to get out of the insurance that was pre-selected. And this is, in a roundabout way, an example of a cross-selling technique and practice. If you want to go a little bit further, you have dark patterns that exist at the surface level, which we would say are visible dark patterns. Those are the ones that you've encountered in the online interface. Then beneath the surface, right at the surface, so think about an iceberg just below the surface of the visible iceberg, you have what we call darker patterns. And that's where you hide the privacy policy away from users, or make it very difficult to find the terms and conditions, or you purposely use very difficult and challenging jargon for the average consumer. Or you make it very difficult to unsubscribe once somebody has agreed to a contract to something. Or you give them a free product and you make it very difficult for them to get out of the subscription that they've promised to at the end of a trial. All of these are dark patterns beneath the surface, as we call them darker patterns. And then further beneath that, you have what we say is darkest patterns inside the system architecture. And this is where you get a combination of data to persuade users through vulnerability profiling, or through forced behavior actions, or using artificial intelligence to try and take advantage of the things that you know about the consumer to try and nudge them or even push them or trick them into buying something that they didn't intend to do or wouldn't have done without the perception. So things like courtesy overdraft and terminology that is very visible to the consumer is also very obvious to the regulator. As you can see here, misdirection and obscurity, manipulated choice, pressure tactics, post-transaction exploitation, and perceived value and bundling of products together would all fall under the category of dark patterns that would probably fall under unfair practices under the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. That's my time at an end. I'll now be joining the first panel here on the bench. Thank you.
Alvaro.
Good morning.
And I think Patricia is coming. Can you hear me? Hello, hello? Check this. I'm her.
Sorry.
Hi, Patricia. Hi.
Sorry.
Please. So, the panel on cross-selling. I try to talk just to check if you can hear me. Is it possible? The professor, now I see that there is a difference. So the Professor Mark introduced excellently the topic. The topic is the cross-selling. This is something that we supervisors are seeing more and more. It's not quite new, but bundling a product together or tying a product together where the client, the possible consumer, is offered the product, even sometimes, as you explained, without a real maybe clear evidence that this is that they can buy separately, or the cost associated with the two products, or maybe just tying a product together is something that deserves our attention since a while. But now in this digital environment, you excellently showed that this is becoming more and more a possible risk for consumers. We have 4 distinguished guests. Today, we will try to understand what is the framework, the legislative framework, which was mentioned a bit, how we can make supervision in this new world, what industry is doing to take account of the interest of the policy order as first, and let's check also if the consumer are aware of what is happening, what the professor rightly explained. I start with Susanna Silberova, is Executive Director of the Czech National Bank, Financial Market Supervision, our colleague, well known at EIOPA because she was long in the management board. She's long in our board. She's an experienced supervisor, taking a lot of care of consumer. We will ask her what's going on, what are the actions. Alvaro Urrutia, yeah, fine. He's Executive Director of the Spanish Association for Insurance Bank Mediation. He's here today representing a bit industry, so don't be upset if you are a bit in the stop.
It's fine.
No, I think that the industry is used to come. When you accept, and first of all, thanks a lot for accepting the invitation. Coming to a Consumer Day event, I don't think you will be surprised that people will look at you and I will ask you what you are doing to put consumer interests first. And Patricia Suarez is CEO of ASUFIN, Spanish Association of Financial Users, representing, as I said, consumer. Before moving to the first question, which will be a reaction to what we have heard from the professor, can I just make sure that there is, because we will be using Slido today, so if someone can put the Slido, the code for you to connect to Slido in case you want to make a question. We will also ask some ourselves to receive some feedback, some poll. So yeah, eccolo. Yeah, if you can also from those who are remotely connected, you can use it. And you can start already now, I guess, sending a question. I will look at the question when this will come, okay? But while the people will connect, Susanna, what is, no, sorry, I want to start from industry. Alvaro, sorry. What is that you heard from Mark that most, let's say, touch you? What is what you can say as industry representative that you are doing to assure anyway, despite what you heard, that the best interest of consumer is considered and taken into account in your practice and policy?
Thank you very much, Fausto, and thank you for inviting us to this panel. For us, it's a pleasure to be here in front of this audience. And with regards to your question, I would like to say that I fully agree with Mark's, Professor Leiser assessment, and I am happy that only one of the examples refers to the financial industry. Yes.
He was kind. He was kind.
Yeah, he was kind. Yeah. What I mean is that we are fully aware that this is something that is happening, but the message that we would like to convey is that consumers don't to be alarmed, because in the financial industry it's not easy to happen, because luckily we have a sound regulation. We have seen a full table, but besides in the financial industry, we have also other regulations, IDD, MiFID, and so, and we have a sound regulation and supervision that prevents from happening these things so often in the financial industry. The second message that I would like to convey is that probably sometimes it's a good idea if the insurance or the financial product that you are buying is important for you, maybe it's a good idea to go to an advisor or an intermediary to be advised. In these cases that we have seen is probably focused on some intermediaries with small products that are not representative of a huge amount in your budget, but it's important. from the industry point of view, I think that no player is in this game. No big player is in this game. In this game, are probably other actors, other intermediaries, other participants in the market that are not the whole industry, what I mean. What I mean is this kind of dark patterns affect to consent, and the financial industry, we are very well used to working with the consent, and we know how important is the consent of our customers, because we trust in long relationships, we trust in confidence. We are investing a lot of time and money in building this trust and confidence, and these dark patterns, we clearly know that affects to the consent of the consumers, and for us, it's essential. Consumer satisfaction is a key element in any board of directors of any relevant financial player. I would like to say also that it is not, I think that is not currently in terms of quantitative aspects, it's not dark patterns in the financial industry. It's not easy to happen because we have sound regulation, sound supervision, sometimes double supervision and regulation, insurance, banking, but also we have that this can affect to reputation and confidence in something in which we are very committed. That is in building a safe space in the financial environment. What I mean is that maybe it's not a problem yet, it's not a real huge problem in the financial industry due to these mechanisms that we have to prevent this from becoming a real problem, but it could be. So it should be closely monitored by supervisories, should be closely monitored to prevent becoming a problem. If you ask me what should we do with dark patterns, I would say that we need, as Professor Leiser said, we need enforcement. We need enforcement. We have a sound regulation. We don't need more regulation. Regulation is not every time, is not always the answer. We have a very good regulation that establishes how important is the concept. If the concept is affected, those contracts would be invalid. And therefore, for us, what we need is a full enforcement, a complete enforcement. And this requires a new perspectives that, fortunately, we've seen that supervisors are moving towards this conduct market and so on. That is very important nowadays. And we think that probably it's important for us to be supervised also because this kind of dark patterns is a case of unlevel playing field for us. We are investing a lot of time, a lot of money in digital platforms. We are investing in having the concept of and proving the consent of our client and customers. So if there are players who are playing with other rules and are out the scope of these practices, we have to include them in these practices. And finally, I would like to say that the financial industry has helped to build this welfare state for decades, and we will do this in the future. All the financial players that I represent are fully committed in long-term relationships with the customers, with the clients, and for them it's very, very important to tackle any issue that is happening in the market with these consent issues.
Thank you, Alvaro. So the regulation is there, the supervision may be as well, more enforcement is needed. There are people that can help consumer advisor, for example, the consent is important. No more rule, more enforcement, but all in all, industry is committed because it's your reputation, basically. So if you gain something in the short term, as the professor showed, the reputation is endangered, then the client anyway will change. Is it true, Patricia? This is what you also, from a financial user perspective, you see on the market. What's your reaction to the presentation? Did you hear something similar, or the complaint you get is completely on other topics?
So thank you very much. So first of all, I want to welcome you to Madrid. I'm very happy that this event is placed in our city, and very Grateful to the ESAs and to the CNB to organize it here. Thank you very much. And about the question, if consumers know what a dark pattern is and if they complain about it, the thing is that actually if you ask in the street what is a dark pattern, they don't know what it is. If you give them examples, then they realize, yes, we have suffered this kind of behavior, this kind of practices, and we don't like it, and we are frustrated. But what is the reaction of consumers? And here is something that I agree with Álvaro. There is lots of regulation, but what about enforcement? What happens if you suffer a dark pattern? Can you complain if there is an answer? So I would like to bring here also some examples of some studies. Asofin belongs to Finance Watch and to BEUC, so we have some data about this. And the first thing I want to say is in a mystery shopping conducted by the European Union in 2022 said that 97% of the most widely used websites and apps by EU consumers employ at least one dark pattern. 97%. And it doesn't happen anything. It still happens today. So that's the first question we should ask us. What is going on with this? And then if you ask consumers, in a study conducted by BEUC, we have that few consumers felt that there was any sense in filing a complaint. Very, very few consumers think there is, it makes sense to make a complaint about this, because they have the feeling that it won't happen anything. It won't change the thing. And this is a big, big problem, because this means that we have the regulation, but we don't have the enforcement, and we don't have the mechanism to report it, and not only to report it, but to stop it. And this is very frustrating for consumers, in my opinion. So being aware of this practice and reporting is not enough. We need something else. We need a mechanism, as said, to stop it. And we have some examples in the regulation present by the professor. But the last thing I would like to say, so this was my first idea, and the second one is that to stop these kind of practices, I think we should have more cooperation between financial regulators and consumer protection authorities and also consumer organizations. Because if we don't work together, it won't stop. It will happen. I mean, in my opinion, the website platforms is like a jungle for consumers, and there is anything to stop it, but regulation, but not enforcement. So this is my point today. Thank you.
Thank you. So the consumers are not really aware, but when they are told what this is about, they understand and recognize some practice that they suffered. But it seems anyway that it's quite widespread. Mystery shopping showed an important number. Complaints are not seen from people as helpful. The rules are there. Where are the supervisors, Susanna? Is only our fault then that something still continue to happen despite regulation, some good relationship between insurers, industry, bankers, and financial users?
I think it is a combination of everything. Because in our authority, we have to react and realize the changes, and digitalization, it was a huge change. And thanks to this, we even have to develop our supervisory tools to be able to be as a real supervisor, not just only sitting and watching. So we develop our SubTech tool for monitoring of website of our insurance industry to find out how the products are offered and even to potentially identify some unfair commercial practice. Another tool which we always also developed is the tool for monitoring of social media and discussion among consumers. about the products or about the institutions, because it could be another useful source of information for decision-making process, what we will do, how we will combine our activity off-site and on-site perspective. And even sometimes, as was mentioned, the old-fashioned tool as an analysis of complaints could be as a useful source of information as well, because even one complaint with sufficient information provided from the client can provide us useful, I would say, impulse for deep dive supervisory investigation in certain aspects when we got to the conclusion that there should be some systemic wrong in aspect of unfair commercial practice. So our tools are very combined, and we try to approach a very active role in consumer protection and conduct of business area. But to be honest, on the other side, as I mentioned, for example, website monitoring, sometimes we found out that some institution has, from the certain level of the information, that this part of the website is accessible only for persons with the specific registration or with the entrance of password. So it is another impulse for us to investigate more deep, I would say, supervisory activity from this institution to get more information how the products are investigated. And another aspect is that some techniques or behavior, what was mentioned in Mark's presentation, which was very useful as a, I would say, independent source of information for us, it could be put under the label unfair commercial practice. But some of them, unfortunately, are in a so-called gray zone. And it's very difficult to react. It's very difficult to use the existing regulation on it to be more, I would say, strong regarding the reaction. So from supervisory perspective, we combine even our strong supervisory voice, that in case that we found out during the on-site examination, for example, or off-site investigation, something what we don't like, and we feel that from the legal perspective, our role or position is not so strong, we try to use supervisory dialogue, supervisory discussion, supervisory explanation, supervisory strong letters to persuade the institution and show what is wrong and how we consider and what we would like to see, how they could improve. And I am glad that our market and industry behaves in this way mostly, that from the administration perspective, we don't have to use these tools so often, but from supervisory perspective, we use this way of solution very often, and they react even in the way that they, for example, stop offering of certain type of product, or they change the features of the product according to our expectations finally. So I think each part of this very complicated world, it means supervisor, industry, and even consumers play a very important role in this aspect. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we are doing a lot, it seems, also taking advantage of the subtech new technology that helps not only those who put in place dark pattern, but also the supervisor to detect where we need to act. And sometimes going behind the legal limitation we have, we still continue to push the industry towards better behavior. And I assume that the industry, being interested in the reputation, immediately react positively to those supervisor dialogue or expectation or letter.
Yeah.
Answer yes?
Yes.
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 I see some questions from the audience. Maybe I can ask Mark. One question that I got from people around, how we educate, and Patricia also mentioned, people don't really know what is this. How we educate on the dark pattern. And maybe another question that I also got, I don't know if industry and Suzanne, you want to react, is should the product sold, embedded in the financial product, embedded in other products, sold by non-regulated entities be completely prohibited? Think a moment, Mark.
I'll start addressing that question by commenting on some of the comments and adding a little bit more detail to the impulse speech. The first part is that we need to be very clear that the whole point of a dark pattern is to be deceptive. So it's not necessarily that the consumer knows what's happened to them. Yes, they can report things they find frustrating, but designers who are building the websites, the apps, and the interfaces that the consumers are using are the ones who should be held to account for the deceptive practices in the first place. Yes, we have laws finally, and yes, we have enforcement, but enforcement is largely down to limited resources, and on the other hand, it's a political decision. How are you going to spend limited capital on enforcement is directly relative to what companies you're going to go after. So what you have is a bunch of websites that are not ever going to see enforcement decisions because there's not the political or the capital to go after them, because the emphasis is on Facebook and Google and big tech companies right now. That doesn't mean that there's not other enforcement measures. The website that I referred to earlier, darkpatterns.org, Harry's website, has now become deceptive.design. And deceptive.design has a database of enforcement decisions against companies that are using dark patterns. There's 100 cases on that website. I know there's going to be about 120 on there in a week, and some of those do involve the financial sector. So it is happening, there is movement, but what needs to happen is better training of the website designers in the first place, because they're responsive to the directions of the managing directors and the executive directors, which are pushing user engagement, platform techniques to bring users in, and of course to drive sales. So the designers are only being responsive to the instructions of the people above them. One of the reasons that we wanted to put the Deceptive Design database together was to give designers the tools so that when they were tasked with doing something, that they would be able to use the database to then go back to their CFOs and their managing directors and say, hey, we might want to rethink this because there's an enforcement decision where somebody got a 35 million pound penalty or a euro penalty because for doing exactly what you're asking. So no, let's maybe not use pre-selected tick boxes, or let's not use these drivers of user engagement. Let's just trust the consumers, and we will benefit in the long run because our customers will then trust us. So I don't think it's fair or even responsible to put the burden on the consumers to recognize the dark pattern. The burden is on the designers not to use dark patterns in the first place, and that suggests that there's another burden on CFOs and managing directors and project leaders not to demand these type of techniques to be put into the website in the first place. So I think that answers one part of the question. The other side of it is that when you think about the number of enforcement decisions, that hopefully you get this kind of idea, well, if we can go after the big companies, we go after the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, news of that will kind of splinter down, and people will start looking at these behaviors and these techniques and go, okay, maybe we don't want to do that. And as a result, the idea is that consumer trust goes up, brand recognition goes up, brand reputation is enhanced, because you're giving the user the power to make decisions without all of these tricks and decoys. And that's why we should have consumer protection law in the first place, not to create rules and enforcement, but to create best practices in the first place. I know this is a long-winded answer, but we really need to go after and engage the designers who are building these things in the first place if you want to stop dark patterns. Thank you.
Reaction on the prohibition. Any reaction? More prohibition when a financial product is offered?
If I may, as far as I know, all the financial products have to be distributed under IDD or MiFID or whatever. And if we put in a position of protecting consumers, sometimes the best protection is not to ban that product. Think, for instance, in someone that is getting a civil liability car insurance from an unauthorized dealer. Maybe that person thinks that he's covered and he has an accident. If you put that ban, the product is banned or is invalid, probably this person would be unprotected. So sometimes the consequences of this breach of distributing products not under the directives, sometimes if you want to protect the customers, the best solution is not to ban those products. Okay, there is a breach, and what we should do is to act against this distributor, an unauthorized distributor that is acting out of the law. I think that if you want to protect consumers, you have to act against the source more than into the product.
Susan, do you feel need to more prescriptive rule in terms of prohibition, or?
No, not regarding the prescriptive rule, because it's very difficult, and finally we could be locked in this, I would say, prescriptive legal or law, because the practice is under the development, and from this way we would be permanently change the law. So it would be like a vicious circle. So I prefer, and I'm supportive more for principle-based regulation, and then to provide a detailed explanation according to the practice, because it is something what is typical for consumer protection or conduct of business area, that it is not, I would say, finished at all, because it is, I would say, the definition of this, what is good and what is wrong, is given by the practice, and it is under the permanent development. But to the question regarding the regulated or the sellers of the product, I am supportive for the regulation, because even when you sell something, I would say it is a way of to feel the responsibility that I sell something where I feel as a seller the responsibility how the product is sold. Because otherwise, when when the product is sold from somebody from outside the regulation, the temptation to do something wrong or misleading or I would say in way of misselling is higher. So there could be various degrees of regulation, but according to the, I would say, scale and size and type of the product, but I am supportive in this way.
Good. Okay. Thanks a lot. I think we can move to a second round of more on cross-selling. So important is the education of the designer in the end, which in turn today there is no designer around. We cannot ask, but I guess they answer to requests from CEO, from industry. So the ball is again on your side, Alvaro. Try to give clear instruction on how to build up a web which is also respectful of the interest of people. Patricia, any last word before we move to cross-selling more? Or?
No, I was very happy that Dr. Leiser said that not everything should be on the side of consumers, because we get tired, actually. So that's all.
This is, I fully agree, and I always believe that the consumer have the right to be not patient, to live with by inertia, to be also lazy, because we are the one to be protected.
Exactly.
I agree. Good. Let's move then to the cross-selling. More, that pattern is something that exacerbates the cross-selling practices that we have seen already since long. And maybe Susanna, let's start with you as a national supervisor. This is the second round. Start from the supervision. What do you think we can do as a supervisor to address the bad part of the cross-selling, because there is always a benefit. Packaging, sometimes product together offer more value. The problem is that sometimes this is not happening. What is your consideration of the current regulatory world? There are rules, the unfair practices, the directive, the MiFID, the IDD. Don't repeat all the rules, but what is your feeling about the regulatory framework? Is it enough? Is it fit for purpose? Or maybe there is also some things to still consider, especially referring to some international different example, the Australian model of deferred sale, where the consumer are given 4 days just to rethink if they really want the bundled product or not. They can still have the right. Is it something we should consider in Europe, or what's your feeling?
So regarding the, I would say, Australian solution, would need more information about how the regulation looked like in Australia, what was before this specific provision was implemented, how it looks like, and what was the reaction on the market of this, I would say, potentials on this solution, what was the result, and together with this information, we can discuss around EOPA table which other solutions or which other potential ways of improving of bad or preventing of bad cross-selling we can do. But generally speaking, I think that we have a good base of regulation, and I think we can go just through the way of fine-tuning. I am not supportive to issue the new regulation because it will be a never-ending story, issuing a new regulation, and finally it will be difficult life not only for the industry but even for the supervisors, because even from supervisory perspective we need to develop supervisory benchmarks for the new regulation. So I think that the base is here, and we can discuss regarding the, I would say, small changes or combination of changes or combination of tools or combination of approaches. But generally speaking, Australian model is more stricter in comparison with our cool-off period when the, I would say, product is sold through the website. That's true. But on the other side, we can even think about whether the cool-off period we can implement even for other channels. So let's start to discuss on EU level what is, I would say, useful, what could be useful, and what could be, I would say, applicable within the Europe, because Australia is a little bit different country and different style of living, so we need to compare it. But on the other side, I think that horizontal application of regulation is very useful, because in case that we are as an integrated regulator and we supervise credit institutions, insurance companies, pension funds, and capital market companies, it's very useful to have the comparable basement. But on the other side, we have the responsibility to distinguish the differences and according to this to apply our, I would say, supervisory tools and the way how the supervision is conducted. So I think it is one way and one important part. Beside this, there is even important part for the industry. I think there is a room for self-regulation, even for the part which is not strictly, I would say, covered with the regulation. Self-regulation could be the way how to improve the environment or in concrete states. And I can say that in our country we have a very good cooperation with Czech Association of Insurance Companies, and we provide them feedback when we required on their, I would say, designed and prepared self-regulation, and we provide them our supervisory opinion, and they react according to our recommendation. So it is another important way how we can improve the situation regarding the bad cross-selling. And of course, another important role play consumers themselves, because they need to be aware what they buy or what they can buy, what does it mean to buy financial product for them. And sometimes when I saw some complaints, unfortunately, within the normal life, consumers pay higher time and attention to the situation when they buy non-financial products, for example, TV or electronic devices, but when they buy some kind of financial product, they decide in a minute. And I think that they should be minimally same careful, same patient, not to allow to the financial institution to get under the pressure in various ways, time, fear, and whatsoever, and to take time for the decision. And it is the useful way and tactic for even consumers to be protected. But of course, sometimes we need to react promptly, as even from consumer protection point of view, but I think that consumers play important role in this aspect as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's see if you, Mark, you have some better idea on the, or maybe even more than the Australian model. Can this deferred sales model help? Or it's true that it was introduced, as far as I know, in October 2021. I don't know if there is already clear evidence that this is addressing and solving a lot in Australia. And then on top, of course, as Susanne said, we need to understand if it fits the European...
Yeah, so the deferred sales model is by itself not problematic from a legal or regulatory point of view. From a legal and regulatory point of view, what matters is how it's presented and designed and offered to consumers. So let me give you an example. I mean, you can focus on transparency as a regulatory tool to ensure compliance with consumer protection law. But I think the last time I checked, Facebook's privacy policy was 37 pages long. Nobody reads that. I think if every consumer, the last time I checked on this number, if you read all the privacy policies and the terms and conditions that you were signing up to in the average life of a typical consumer, 270 days of the year would be spent reading terms and conditions. Like, transparency as it stands now doesn't work as an effective modality for ensuring consumer protection because we're just lazy, inertia, and it's also sometimes a rational decision just to tick the box and move on. So what I would advocate moving towards is more effective transparency and putting the burden back onto the platform or the business to have the burden of ensuring that the really important things that matter to the consumer were presented front and center and they were very clear, and then the full options and the full privacy policies of the terms and conditions of whatever product were then made available if they wanted to. So the higher risk aspects were given more prominence than the lower risk things that the consumer might not care about. That's just one example of how you can fix these two problems. If you are using things like pre-selected boxes in a cross-selling or defaults or scarcity or timers, then the design and putting things together, these are design techniques that are using people to make a decision that they wouldn't have made otherwise, which is the determinant of the dark pattern. So for cross-selling and the deferred sales model, I wouldn't focus on the model per se, but the design which puts the model into practice. And an independent audit of the platform and how that's presented might be helpful to make sure that consumers are not faced with the burden of having to decipher this stuff for themselves. Okay.
Thank you. Patricia, your view on this?
Well,
is the regulation enough? Because we said it's enough, it's more enforcement and supervision, but Suzanne also mentioned the need to go beyond the legal rule sometimes.
well, what I think is the financial regulation is not clear about this. We have different concept of cross-selling if you look in the regulation. So I think the first thing I will ask to the ESAs will be, let's make clear the concept and let's make it the same everywhere, because we don't have a very uniform
horizontal regulation, as Susanne was saying,
exactly.
can help.
Yeah, that's the first thing. And the second thing is if we want or we don't want cross-selling. And I think cross-selling is a very useful tool and it's good for consumers because then you can have many things. But the thing here is to identify when is optative and when is compulsory. So when is tie-in practices and when is bundling practices. And I think consumers can be, we are agreed that bundling practices can be right. I mean, you can decide if you want it together or not, or even if you have to buy it together because, for example, in a mortgage, you need an insurance for your home, but you don't have to buy it to the bank. You can contract it with other dealer, which, by the way, is usually a better product and even more, is really cheaper. I mean, the insurance that you buy in the banks with a mortgage are usually not tailored, more expensive, and the options you have outside are much better. So this is okay if you can choose it. But bonded practices can be very easily converted into time practices. And here is the issue. We have many examples in the claims of the consumers that they want a consumer credit or they want a mortgage, and it is supposed that you can choose your insurance or whatever. And at the end of the day, you have to accept what the bank is offering you. Because if you don't have the credit. And there is a big issue here. So in my opinion, time practices should be banned. Absolutely banned. Because if you don't do it, it will be happening to again and again and again, even if you regulate it. The practice at the end of the day is that you have to buy it together, and this is not fair for consumers. So again, bundling is the option, but with some mechanism to avoid that it converts very easily in a time practices that we really don't like. So now, Álvaro, what do you say about it?
Before moving to Álvaro, I was also thinking, it's not a super easy thing what you are asking.
I know.
So the 10th should have this horizontal regulation. By the way, first we need to write, then we need to assess how to convince the Parliament and Council to really put everything in place exactly as we suggest. And then this differentiation be tying to be banned, and bundling, which is still helpful, but then depending on the cases can be useful or not for consumer, and then supervisor need to act. It's not super easy what you are asking for, but we have taken note, and I'm sure that from tomorrow we will start doing it. Álvaro.
I'm happy to hear Patricia, because we are, and the other participants too, because we are exactly in the same page. I'm happy to hear about the concerns on the model of the fair sales model of Australia. That is, I will speak a little bit about it. And we fully agree on time and bundling. But I think that you refer to practices that were before the last directive. Yeah, I know what are you going to say.
No, it's happening today,
Okay.
every day.
Can I give you an anecdote about something that happened to me?
Yeah.
If you humor me. So when I took out my mortgage, which is your example, I was offered my bank's home insurance, and I declined and went to the market and found a better alternative for me. But when the fixed rate of that mortgage expired and I went on to the new rate, my bank auto-enrolled me in their home insurance. And I never really thought of that as being a dark pattern, because it wasn't.
It is.
But it is, and that's an example
And
of
it's
something. And so I have
happening
double
today.
home insurance for a period of time.
I
until
clearly
thought.
understand your concerns, but
Give space to Álvaro. We said since
I
the start.
understand. I understand.
You cannot take the blame of each and everything that happens.
Álvaro,
Let's talk a little
where he was
bit
commenting.
about the cross-selling, and then the practice of the cross-selling, and what can we do to make it good for the customers. Cross-selling is something that is good in every aspect. We clearly and we truly think that advantages overcome the possible disadvantages or risks. From a macroeconomic perspective, it allows to carry out different operations simultaneously, okay, and this is very good for effectiveness, competitiveness, and productivity of the economy. Nowadays that the European Parliament and all the governments are very concerned about the future of the European economy with relation to the America and Asian bloc, and it's important to understand that we have to impulse and we have to encourage the economy to be more efficient, and this is important. Apart from that, from the consumer protection perspective, everyone understands that if you take more products from a provider, it's easier to get a cheaper product or a better deal. It
is supposed
Common
to be.
sense.
It's supposed to be, but let me explain myself, and you will see. Okay, what you have in this kind of operations, you have to respect three different pillars. Freedom to subscribe the products. We are in the same page. Information of all the products that you are getting, and free competition. Once these requirements are met, and what we've seen is that currently bundling practices are far higher than time practices. We don't like very much time practices unless it's necessary, but in financial products, we think only in a few cases it's necessary. We have time practices in other ways. But another thing is that if you have an offer for your mortgage and you have an offer for your insurance and you combine those products, you get a better deal in the rate of your mortgages and you get a better deal in your insurance. And the whole operation together, you have to be able to compare and freely decide if it's interesting for you or if it's not. And I think that this cross-selling, that is the cross-selling, apart from the specific cases, is the cross-selling that is nowadays in the banking offices currently. Really, they offer these products and you are able to take them or to take it in other provider, and there are really freedom to describe and to subscribe these kind of products. Litigation in this kind of selling, the cross-selling products, is not higher. It's not significantly higher than in other way of sales. With regards to the Australian model, what I would like to say is that the context of the Australian market is there were some problems in the car liability insurance. It's not the whole insurance industry. Maybe it's a reaction to a situation in which they were selling insurance even in the cases in where no risk. For instance, they were selling credit protection insurance where no in cars were not financed. So it was a completely different situation that is not applicable and is not what is happening here in Europe. Secondly, what I would like to say is the fair sales model with 4 days to decide or to subscribe the product is de facto a ban. What we like the most is to provide consumers with the power and the right to get out of the product. We think that we are in favor of other choices of regulation. For instance, free cancellation periods. A free cancellation period achieves the same goals and gives more power to the consumers. Easy to get in, easy to get out. And it's on you to stay in the product if it's good for you. You can compare. You can compare the whole product that you have subscribed with this provider, and if you are not comfortable with this kind of products or additional products, you can get out. So we are in the same page, but I think that probably some of the cases are not a majority of the cases. Majority of the cases are products that are well sold in the offices, and customers are able to compare all the offers between providers. This is the actual situation of the market. Is not a small percentage of the claims.
Thanks a lot, Alvaro. Let's see now if we can go to the public. If someone can put the question that I would like to ask people around, because the question is exactly on if we consider this that there is enough. Yeah, I don't see the question yet. The question for you will be, what do you consider to be the best regulatory solution to address risk to consumers from buying unnecessary or costly head-on product? If the Slido can start so that we see, and then I will ask also maybe some question from the people here in the room. Prepare your question if you want to make any question. Yeah. So, Alvaro, let's see if people are with you or formal prohibition of time practices gain momentum, seems.
Come on. Oui.
I would like to say that unnecessary costly add-on products are already prohibited. Okay.
Yeah, but this is what we see that sometimes it happens. And you know that supervisors are, yes, neutral between industry, but are consumers as well. So maybe the question was posed. Is there anyone that wants to pose a question to one of our panelists before I look at the things here in the... Who wants to make a question? Anyone? I don't see so much. Petra, yes. Sorry, I was looking at distance and you were here. Yes, please.
Coming down.
Okay.
Careful, careful, careful.
Oops. What happened? Yeah, that's operational risk.
See if the,
Does it work?
we've got another microphone here.
Yeah, the lady will help you, Petra.
Yeah, we've got a working mic.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm happy I do some gymnastics every now and then. So I'm the chairperson of EIOPA. My name is Petra Hielkema, and what I want to add to the discussion, because I think Alvaro, I think it's great you're here, and you also represent, I think, a big part of industry that wants to do the right thing. At the same time, I recognize what Patricia is saying, that there's still issues. And now, how do you do that as a supervisory community at EIOPA? We did a thematic review, and we looked into the how banks sell credit protection insurance additionally to a mortgage, the example you gave. Now, we clearly see that there are issues there, and the issues we found were such that normally we only publish the results of a thematic review, but in this case we actually chose to issue it immediately with a warning. And that in itself, I think, sends a big signal that we have some issues here that we need to solve. And what we see is that the profitability of these additional insurance are very large, and it raises the question, well, what is the value for money? And indeed, it is sold at a moment that a consumer already has a relationship because they want the mortgage. And so this is something additional they need to have to get the mortgage. How likely are you to say no? How likely are you to say, I'm going to shop anywhere else? How likely, if you still get it, are you to complain or to start litigation? It's actually very unlikely. So legally, you have the right to move, but in reality, most people don't. And that means that there's a huge responsibility with those who are selling it to sell value for money. And I think there is room for improvement there. Is the solution that you then do not provide that, but say to the customer, okay, here is the mortgage, you can have it, but you need to make sure that somewhere in the market, but I cannot recommend or advise you anything, because then I would be biased, but somewhere in the market you need to find a credit protection product, and then you need to come back to me and show you have it, and then you can get the mortgage. I think that is also complicated for consumers. No, I'm bringing it to the extremes. So I think the idea of being able to get the product in an easy way as a combination, I think is also helpful. But I do think that when it comes to value for money, there's still a lot we need to address. I know your market is on that. Yep. So I think you represent those who want to do it right. But I also agree that there are some issues, and it's on our website, the review we did on this.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Petra. And since the time is quite close to the coffee break, if there are no other questions, maybe this is also a good summary of the discussion we had. There is one question from the public, by the way, maybe to you, Mark, the public remotely connected. The UK has just introduced a new principle called the consumer duty, which should lead to enforcement. We were talking about enforcement against the dark pattern. Could this work? Do you know it? Is there something that we can copy from the levers? The UK regulation is not.
I've not familiarized myself. I've not heard this. No.
Oh, it's a question from the slide from people abroad. Suzanne, any view on the consumer duty introduced in the UK?
I don't get the information about it.
I can maybe tell that it's not maybe the final goal of the final conclusion of the panel is not that we need more rules, so maybe we will look at the UK example, but it's not maybe that we need to necessarily introduce a new rule. Maybe align a bit better the different rule with some horizontal things, and then work more on supervision, enforcement, and especially tell the designer of the website to do their job properly. Thanks a lot. I think that we can conclude this first panel. There is a coffee break, half an hour. We can reconvene at, let me check, 10 minutes to 12, okay? Thanks a lot.
thing because it was not regulated. But I mean, I personally think, for example, the
You're the father of Mika.
well, my
So,
team didn't think, but
Good,
we can,
good morning all, and thank you for coming back from this fantastic location upstairs. We are now starting with our second panel, which is on cryptos, and we've heard about dark trends before, and now we are going to hear about cryptos. But I think crypto has a double meaning. It can be a positive or a negative. It can be cryptic, but it can also be encrypted, right? So I mean, we are in the middle of this sort of, balance between a positive and a negative. It's a timely occasion for us to discuss those matters. As José, Manuel, and Verena were reminding this morning, we've now MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Asset Regulation, in place since last June. It will be applicable from June next year. For some aspects in particular, it's already in place. So it's a good time now to touch base, to check where we are in terms of does it achieve, or will it achieve what it wants to achieve, and what can we still learn while now we are in the process of developing the 40 or so policy mandates that we've been tasked, the 3 ESAs and mostly EBA and ESMA to develop. And those mandates, so that comes in the form of standards, guidelines, reports, so we will have to set the scene and to explain users, consumers, but also issuers, providers of platforms, how they should behave. So it's a big turning point for this industry and for this market segment in Europe. We tend to believe that we are front runners with this piece of legislation. So it's a very important moment for us collectively, and we'll try to discuss 3 main topics this morning. We'd like to touch on why do we have cryptos in the first place. I mean, it's maybe important to pause a little bit and say, okay, what's not working in the area of traditional finance that we need those new types of instruments, or what's more with those instruments that we didn't have in the first place. Secondly, we'd like also to see what MiCA will bring in terms of how it will help structure this industry and the market. And finally, we'd like also to project ourselves ahead and try to imagine once we are under MiCA, once we have it, what could be the challenges we'll have to deal with, especially in the area of consumer protection, and how we could also maybe join forces to address those. So very, very, I would say, far-reaching topics to be discussed this morning. I'm just like surrounded with the best and brightest that can one have on this topic. On my left-hand side, Tina Baker-Taylor. She's coming from Circle. Circle is one of the front runners, as we know it, in this industry of crypto assets. On my right-hand side, Coti Di Monteverde. She's with Santander, and she's an expert in the technology even on those matters, which is also pretty interesting for us this morning. Jan has been the mastermind, or one of them, behind MiCA. So he can tell us everything and why we have those 120 recitals in the text, in this very comprehensive text. And last but not least, we have Agustin Reina from BIUC, the consumer organization in Europe, who can also tell us everything we need to know about the risks and opportunities coming from the crypto assets. We'd like to start with a Slido, with a few questions for you, the audience, just to see where we are in terms of those cryptos. And the first question is a very simple one, and this is really about, I hope we have it on screen soon now. The first question is really whether you've ever held cryptos or not. And we'll see that in a second. So a very fundamental or basic question might be correlated with the age also, because I mean, when I ask my kids, they don't want to admit, but I suspect that they know much better than I do on that. So it seems to be a massive no. Okay. Massive no, okay. So we have a room full of non-believers this morning.
It's still
in
more than the
cryptos.
average population.
Very good, and that leads us to the second question. Second question is addressed at both types, in fact, because it will ask if you've held cryptos, what decided you to invest in those products, but if you haven't, so you have a full choice here, you know, why do you hold that? Because you believe traditional financial services do not have the features that you need, because there is not great, because you also held that because, oops, not too quick. So there are a good number of reasons why you could have held crypto assets and why we have not held such crypto assets. And you can pick 2 of them, and we'll try to see where we are. Do not understand. Okay. Not held because of the lack of regulation. Not understand, lack of regulation. 30%, 40%, price fluctuations. Okay, the price is important. And we've seen those big swings. Indeed, so massively priced, then not clear what they are, what they bring. Okay, okay. Let's move down now, maybe. And if for those of you who've held cryptos, can we move down? There are also a few reasons why you could have held cryptos. Okay, so because the features, no, because the, so it's not so clear. Okay, maybe it's the way. So it's mostly for, okay, because I think it's additive. So for other reasons, so the features are financial service traditional instruments, they don't bring what I need, and for other reasons. So that sounds a little bit mysterious. Price fluctuations, high yield returns, okay. So the price, I mean, I get from that the price fluctuations is one of the important features, and then also that it's not entirely clear how that works, or you know, what's the regulation applicable to those, but also that there might be something missing with the traditional instruments, and that's maybe the, you know, the justification why we had the first question for our panel this morning. We thought it might be useful to take a step back and ask ourselves, why do we have cryptos in the first place, and what are they bringing that more traditional instruments do not provide? And would you help us with this, Tina? Maybe you could maybe tell us a few things about how you see it.
Sure. So I think when we're talking about crypto assets, that is a very broad bucket of potential types of assets. So they're not one thing. I think that most regulatory communities kind of put them into 3 buckets, really. One of those is an unbacked crypto asset like a Bitcoin or Ethereum. That is a token that could be designed to serve a multitude of different types of use cases. Within that unbacked crypto asset bucket, there are tokens that are designed to provide a service or perform a function specifically within the blockchain network or consortia of networks that operate together. And sometimes those are called utility tokens or gas tokens. Ethereum is a utility token that allows you to move value from one place to another, to sign smart contracts, to execute those smart contracts, for example. Then there are tokens that are often referred to as stablecoins. I think that's an awful term, and we should stop using it personally. Circle does issue a token that is considered a stablecoin. We prefer the term digital currency or tokenized cash. Within that type of crypto asset, there's a multitude of different types of ways that you could stabilize the mechanism to ensure that the value is maintained. Circle undertakes that by reserving 1-for-1 with a single fiat currency. So for example, we have EURC, which is available in Europe. It is a stablecoin that is euro denominated and is reserved 1-for-1, meaning there is a bank account that has the exact number of euros. As there are tokens in circulation, If you bring me a euro, I will give you a token. If you come back with that token, I will give you back your euro. So it's not hypothecated in any way. Those reserves aren't lent or used for any other purpose other than in service of the token holder. So that's how we reserve our stablecoin. There are other methods. They could be a basket of assets, could be potentially gold and other types of fiat currencies, or an algorithmic piece of code that essentially moderates or manages that stable mechanism. And sometimes those work and sometimes they don't. So I think if we step back, why did crypto assets emerge? There is somewhat of a correlation between the 2008 financial crisis and the birth of Bitcoin. Those happened in very close proximity to each other. And the Bitcoin white paper essentially proposed that there could be a removal of the payments network from the traditional financial system. And that people could trade or transfer value peer-to-peer, pay for goods and services, and do that in a way that was removed from third-party intermediaries and banking institutions, et cetera. That was the first of its kind. That was the birth of cryptocurrencies as we know them today. And since then, literally thousands of other types of crypto assets have emerged that are designed to do different things. So crypto assets are about 12 years old today. And so if you look at that in the kind of timeline or horizon of any new technology, it's relatively new. So I get a lot of questions about, well, what can you do with crypto assets? Today, quite a significant amount. You can do things with them now as you were intended to. I would not profess to say that it's easy or that the consumer experience is as frictionless as it should be, and I think that it will be because things are still very new, but you can do things with them. A lot of the criticism, I think, around crypto assets is that their only purpose is to speculate. And certainly that was true in the beginning. There's no question. People were trading them and kind of taking bets essentially on which token would become the most valuable. And I think that anytime you have a new technology, you're always going to have people that want to take advantage of whatever kind of opportunistic advantages there might be to having a small group of people that understand what's going on, yet a large group of people, in comparison or, proportionately, that also want to participate in this, that might be less sophisticated or understand the technology less. And so there's this information gap that becomes potentially not great for consumers, right? And I think then you also have a situation where how do you learn about this new technology? And it was very technical and it was difficult. And so if you kind of weren't in this very niche community, then it became a challenge to learn and ensure that you were getting true information about how this new crypto asset ecosystem works. So I think there's a significant amount of evolution that's happened in those 12 years. We're seeing crypto assets used today for actual payments. The proposal that Satoshi Nakamoto, the anonymous person who invented Bitcoin, while it was the first, it probably wasn't going to be the best for peer-to-peer payments networks. It's still pretty slow. And there are advancements being added to that network to make it faster and higher throughput of transactions. But actually, as the industry has matured, there are better products and services that can facilitate payments in a better way. We are seeing companies that are using this technology as a way to raise capital. And while early in the evolution, there were probably less scrupulous ways that that capital was raised. But obviously today we have greater clarity around disclosures and being able to demonstrate how those funds are going to be used and potentially sandboxes and ring-fenced areas where things can be trialed and tested. And I think really the most exciting thing is that we're seeing this convergence between traditional finance and this new technology. And so some of those are kind of going back to the very beginning around, blockchain, not Bitcoin, what can we do with blockchain? But the tokenization of real world assets is starting to happen today. The European Union has a very progressive and forward-looking digital ledger sandbox or a trial to use a mixture of different types of assets to be able to settle transactions. So we're starting to see a significant amount of usage now.
Okay, now that's really interesting. I mean, we hear you, and okay, we see the plenty of usages potentially for this type of instruments, but you also bring the question of the bridge with the more traditional part of the industry, and I think that's a very good transition to you, Katy. So you coming from Santander, a very well-established financial group, so can you tell us your perspective about the benefits of such instruments for consumers in particular?
Yeah, of course. So, but before, mixing benefits with needs or why people are investing in crypto assets, I've done some research, there's several surveys, and it's fun because it matches the survey that we did. Around 12–16% of European consumers are investing in crypto. If we talk about institutional investment, that's more like 67%. And the why, well, we already talked about speculation, which is not really very appealing, right? But there's also investment in the technology itself, because there's people that believe that this technology has a transformative potential. And in the case of utility tokens, for example, Ethereum, there's people investing in the network itself, because it's a fuel for that network. There's other people, of course, that they get appealed by the decentralized nature, no intermediaries, right? But on the other hand, we've got stable coins, a good example with Circle, electronic money token under MiCA, right? And stable coins are mainly used for cross-border payments, for financial inclusion, because you just need to have internet to access this type of assets, right? So mobile phone, internet, and there you go. You've got kind of a bank account, digital bank account. And then also in several countries, we see that stable coins are seen like a safe haven to protect their savings from the currency devaluation. And those are mainly the reasons why I think that people are investing on those assets. But apart from that, as Tina already mentioned, the crypto asset, it's a very, very wide term. And we've got the tokenization of financial traditional assets as well. And that's where, banks, financial institutions are right now putting more effort, mainly because they are products that are already regulated. You're changing the way you deploy or secure them, right, with a decentralized ledger, but a bond, it's a bond, no matter if it's using blockchain technology or the traditional one. And you can tokenize almost everything, and that brings benefits as that you can fractionalize those assets. So that means that investors that couldn't afford to invest in a specific asset because they didn't have the capital to afford it, now they can invest in units of those assets, like, for example, real estate or art. And that makes these markets more liquid as well, because you've got peer-to-peer transactions, low cost, fast and efficient. So that's where I see more potential on that tokenization of assets, and I see it's where most of the efforts have gone so far in our traditional finance ecosystem. I can tell you an example that Santander did a pilot in Argentina with a company called AgroToken, and they were tokenizing tons of soy. And the benefit for the consumer there, that was the producer of soy, is that he really or she wanted to stay in soy. They don't want to sell all the production and get their Argentinian pesos. They prefer to stay in soy. For them, it's a safer asset. So with AgroToken, they had the opportunity to stay in that asset and sell it, but not completely, sell it whenever they need some liquidity. And in our case, even we piloted how to provide them a loan collateralized with that asset. So those are examples of benefits that crypto assets have beyond the cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on.
So it's really interesting.
Can I just say one quick thing very quickly? I meant to say this at the beginning. You mentioned that cryptos, or the thought of cryptos, the idea of cryptos could be good or bad. One thing I like everybody to just take a step back. Crypto is just short for cryptography. Cryptography is a way that we secure all sorts of data. It is what allows you to be able to transact with your bank and ensure that no one is going to crack these codes and hack into your bank account and steal your money. Cryptography is critically important to a digitized world. Absolutely. And so when you hear the term crypto, don't automatically think that it's a negative term.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's why I was saying it could be heard or understood as cryptic or encryption, which is very positive. So and I think it's good you brought this topic of inclusion in a sense, and having a bank account more easily, or keeping the value of your instruments.
It's not really a bank account, but you know what I mean.
We hear that also from
access to payments,
access to payments, access to financial services. We also hear that a lot from emerging markets, indeed, where in those economies it's become more widely used and seen as such a potential instrument for inclusion. And that brings me to you, Agustin. What's your view representing a consumer industry group on those topics?
Super. Thank you very much, François-Louis, and thank you everyone for organizing, and congratulations for the 10th edition. I think it's extremely important that we have this space to discuss consumer protection issues in financial markets. So all my encouragement to the ESAs to continue doing this. Now, going to the question of crypto assets, I think it's not news that consumer organizations have been highly skeptical. Different reasons for that. I think the fact that this developed in an unregulated scenario has, of course, played an extremely important role. It was already mentioned that crypto assets have been high speculative products which rely on consumer engagement on the premise that you will become rich very quickly. And in essence, what you need, or what the experience have shown, is that you basically need a lot of people that invest money, so only few people that know the system can make even more money. So from a consumer retail protection perspective, it's highly questionable. And that will, of course, make us reflect whether crypto assets are suitable products for the majority of consumers. Of course, consumers are heterogeneous, and we need to acknowledge that. There are consumers that might be willing to invest time and trying to find out how these markets work. But the reality is that, particularly due to the use of social media to promote this type of products, but also to create a perception that these are safe bets. Because we know that young people like Ronaldo, or like all these influencers, that help to contribute to create that sense of security, that you invest here because it is going to deliver good outcomes for you. And the reality have shown something, a different story. Today, there are a lot of people that actually hold these assets, that they don't want to sell them because the prices are not at the levels that they would expect. But the question is how the valuation of these assets are going to evolve in the future. Are we going to see the same historical pikes that we saw in the past? I don't think so, especially after the regulatory framework in Europe kicks in. So what's going to happen with these assets? So these people sooner or later will lose their money because they will have to sell them. But of course, going also to your question, what does it the rise of crypto assets tell us. And I think from a consumer perspective, it's also the result of poor retail financial markets. We know, as a matter of fact, that people disengage from financial markets. And this is because financial markets are not delivering the expected outcomes in terms of not only performance, customer service, so on and so forth. I think for many years, we have all witnessed or waiting to read the Commission Eurobarometer on consumers or consumers' conditions in the EU, and each year financial markets always were scoring as the worst performing markets to the eyes of consumers. Of course, when the new products come on the market, then people are, oh, this is maybe something different, and they want to, and they go and bet into these new products. Of course, one will have to see how the new regulatory framework is going to change the landscape. We're going to probably talk about later the question of promotion and distribution. I think here we have a very important work that still needs to be done, because you just need to open any social media and you will see that still today there is publicity not only in relation to crypto products but also of related services, being the wallets, being training, so on and so forth. And that means that there is capital of people going to these highly speculative products, not backed on tangible assets, money that could be going somewhere else. They think about the green transition, so on and so forth. So just to wrap up, I think that we can learn a lot from the past experience, and I think it's going to be fundamental for the implementation of MiCA, especially by European supervisory authorities, about what are the rules that we're going to lay to ensure that retail investors are protected.
It's good you insist on this sense of community for those investing in these markets, I think, because there's a lot of that also. It's trendy in a sense. So it's both something that can be useful for a number of reasons, but also something that can be trendy. So we've seen over those 12 years, in fact, a sort of combination of reasons why people would consider those markets. Jan, would you tell us a little bit about why, in the first place, the Commission wanted to invest that field, and also what was the consumer protection perspective in the first place?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's a very interesting discussion on indeed what is actually the added value of crypto and what does it give to individuals and society. And I think probably looking back, yeah, we have had probably a bit too much of this kind of self-referential speculation part of it and too little reflection on indeed, let's say, products which can provide added value actually. I mean, going forward, maybe just as a thought, I think to complement what you said, I think one thing which should also be relevant is what's about the rest of the economy. I mean, finance is ultimately serving, it's very often not an end in itself, basically. And of course, if the rest of the economy increasingly moves into kind of DLT, blockchain-based technologies, if maybe that's the future of the metaverse where more and more of us will stay, if maybe that's the future of industry, Internet of Things, then I think also indeed financial products based on these technologies will of course be necessary. And that's where then indeed stablecoins, payment instruments and others will become more relevant. But that's all an if, of course, because I think as yet we don't know where technology will lead us. But I think it's also important going forward not to neglect this kind of link to, let's say, where is the real economy and its technologies moving. I mean, from our side, we did not take a firm view on what's ultimately the benefits or the overall assessment of crypto. We see, I think, positive and problematic use cases, but we felt it is enough what was clear in the room here today. About 15% indeed of you said they have already put money into this, and that, as Koti, as you said, it corresponds more or less actually, you're quite representative actually of the European population in a way. And that's not a majority, but it's certainly enough for authorities and for the public sector to care about and to make sure if you cannot, let's say, indeed ban these assets, to make sure that real information is available, that indeed money laundering is controlled and checked, that market abuse is prevented, and all the, let's say, classical objectives ultimately of financial regulation are in a way applied. And I think since indeed the MiCA proposal was made, based indeed on advice of the ESAs. So really the ESAs were at the very start of all of this as of 2019, where indeed you found out, well, our rules apply in some cases, but not in all, and how they are applied is different in a way. So that was really what gave the start to the need for actually developing MiCA. Since then, I think we've seen plenty of evidence that indeed actually applying financial basic principles of financial regulation supervision would make sense. I mean, to protect the consumers, but also for the, let's say, to provide a long-term perspective and trust in this industry itself.
And since we are touching on that, can I ask you maybe to elaborate a little bit more on what MiCA brings and is about? How is it structured? What are the key features of MiCA that people need to have in mind?
Indeed. So basically, we make also a bit of a distinction. We realize what Tina said, crypto is a broad universe, and there are very different types of crypto assets. And I think the very first and very basic, let's say, safeguard which you get under MiCA is that there will be clear information available, a clear white paper for any crypto asset, indicating indeed, describing the technology and indicating clearly also indeed the risks, clearly the risk that you may lose some or all of your investment into this product. Also disclosing the, let's say, major environmental or any major environmental and climate impact of the crypto asset. So that information part is the first basic principle. Again, 101 of financial markets, but still important, and unfortunately not the case today. I think the second element is then that once these crypto assets actually, based on this basic information, are offered on trading venues, that you can hold them in wallets, crypto asset wallets, that we have, again, very basic principles of protection around all these operators around, that indeed, let's say, wallet services and others need to, for example, segregate client assets, that they cannot commingle them with their own, which has happened, I think, in some of the big, let's say, problems, big frauds, we have to say, like FTX, indeed, and where people lost billions and billions of dollars or euros. I think these basic principles are the second one. Third one is indeed money laundering, basic traceability indeed, the so-called travel rule indeed, of crypto assets making their way to the financial system. And then, of course, last but not least is the financial supervision aspect of all of this, bringing all the crypto assets universe and these obligations actually in the realm of all the financial supervisors in the EU. I think depending on the national law, it's not all kind of white spot today, and some of the members of the ESAs have done a lot of active work based indeed on existing rules or national rules, but with MiCA it will be clear indeed that there is actually full coverage of this universe across Europe. So that I think the one thing you will know when you go into this as a consumer, you will know that you are getting into a risky asset, but you will also know that the markets are in principle subject to supervision, so that kind of basic market abuse or other kind of fraud will be monitored. It will not be anywhere anymore free kind of free for fraud and free for hacks as it is sometimes, unfortunately, today. It will be however, it will always be a difference from the existing financial markets, and that's indeed, that is a challenge, remains a challenge to also communicate that, basically. Crypto assets, even with MiCA, are not the same, are not protected in the same way than traditional financial assets. And I think that's always important. That's the benefit of having this dedicated legislation in Europe, which we did, which is basically show also this is not exactly the same as traditional assets, basically. It's still different, and there are still a bit more risks in a way.
I think this categorization that's in MiCA will be important because, as you were saying before, there are so many instruments potentially, I mean, in this category. And it's true also that the information aspect, in the past we've been in the business of issuing warnings since 2013, I believe, for the first time, with limited impact in terms of at least the price moves that we've seen afterwards, because I think it was not necessarily heard in a way that it should have been, and our people were not completely clear about what was behind those instruments. I think the categories of instruments and then rules will probably be important. How do you see that, Koti? The MiCA, developments and what it will bring to sort of police this Wild West that we've been in so far?
I have to say that I'm not a compliance officer, I'm not a lawyer, I'm engineer first, banker second, and above all, I'm consumer and an investor. And I've been playing in the crypto space for 7 years already. And with all the expertise and technological knowledge I have, I've been subject of fraud and hacks and everything. So if I consider myself to be knowledgeable on this, and even with this knowledge, I suffer frauds and hacks, and so I cannot imagine the rest of the consumers. So I guess that we saw on some of the answers before that there's people not investing in crypto assets because uncertainty with the regulation, lack of knowledge, and I would say that's a very common word in the crypto space: FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt, right? So with Mika, I think it's a great progress to tackle some of those concerns that people have when interacting with crypto assets. First one is that lack of information on what I am investing in, what's the benefits, the risks. I mean, there's people that don't know what's the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum, and they are two different assets, even though they are both cryptocurrencies, but they serve different means and different purposes. So first thing is having that information, knowing exactly the risks, providing trust by interacting with crypto asset providers, with CASPs, that we call them, that are regulated, that are being monitored and controlled, and that if anything wrong happens, I'm protected and I know who I can knock the door to complain and get my assets back if necessary. And as I was saying, as a consumer, I'm the first one suffering all these things. And one of my biggest pain points that I hope that Mika will solve is the uncertainty with the custody. So custody is the key here. I mean, why crypto assets are so vulnerable, why are being hacked, why are easy to hack sometimes? Because the custody of crypto assets is completely different of the custody of traditional assets. You have to safeguard long random numbers, that those numbers are the ones that control your assets. And if you lose them, we say you lose your keys, you lose your funds, and there's no way of recover my password or nothing like that. So when you rely on a provider to safeguard your keys, I mean, to safeguard your money, your assets, you sometimes have the doubt if they have segregated accounts, as you just mentioned, right? If your funds are commingled with their own funds, if they have appropriate security measures to prevent from attacks. And those things, as a consumer, for me, I mean, I'm blind, right? So having regulation like Mika behind gives me more trust and more confidence that my assets are going to be safer than in a company that I don't know how they are managing the security of those keys. So those are...
No, go on, please.
No, so those are, I think, from my point of view and as a consumer of crypto, those would be my main concerns.
Can I add something?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, sure, Augustine. Please go ahead.
Very briefly on that. The thing, Mika doesn't change the nature of crypto.
No.
So it is true that now fall under the supervision of the NCAs and the authorities, which is, of course, a really, really good thing. But I think what is important is that a consumer, when he or she wants to make an investment decision, have 200 euros on the side a month, and want to put that money somewhere, that can make not only an informed, but also a conscious decision of, do I put my money in crypto? Do I put it in a bond? Do I put it in a pension plan, insurance-based pension plan? Do I put it in an EFT? Do I put it buy shares? I don't know. And the problem is that we are making and asking consumers to navigate in a highly complex environment. And while it's true that you could have the certainty that now these cryptos are regulated, it still does not affect the nature. And I think that's really important is how to ensure that people understand.
There will be more information on what the instrument is about. No?
Yes,
that's
but
the
on
main
that,
change.
I agree. But on that point, something that we know is about the limitations of information disclosure.
Right.
And I think in financial markets, we know that better than anybody because people do not read. People do not take the time to go through all these documents that we produce. And why we ended up producing all these documents? because we didn't have the courage to solve the market failures. And we pretend to address these failures through information disclosure.
Let's get back to that in a second, Agustin. Before, I wanted to ask Tina, because Tina, you reminded us of why we had that in the first place after the GFC, and also this inspiration that we needed something different. I mean, to complement maybe the traditional financial order. So, is MiCA like the old world striking back in a way, or how do you see that in your firm? As is it helping to make it mainstream? Or on the contrary, is it sort of destroying some of the initial inspirations?
Well, I think it remains to be seen, right? Because it hasn't yet been implemented. I'm very hopeful that it will aid in the mainstreaming. There are many different camps of crypto. Crypto still has what I like to refer to as cult of personality. And so there will be some people who were originally attracted to the technology and to this means of peer-to-peer value exchange because they lacked trust in the traditional financial system. And then, there's a whole spectrum of users and investors and market participants all the way up to, large financial institutions that are using this technology to evolve the way value is accounted for and transferred. So, I sit pretty squarely in the middle. I am not a, burn the financial system to the ground person. However, I do think that there is always greater consumer outcomes when consumers have more choice. And so for me, if I look at options, just last week, a new product was launched that enables a wallet specifically for, it's regulated by the Spanish regulator, that enables the transfer of stablecoins between Venezuela and Spain, because it's a significant trade corridor for Venezuelans that have had to leave and relocate to Spain. And so there is a large amount of cross-border peer-to-peer remittances in that trade corridor. And the ability to hold your savings, potentially in euros, is very beneficial, and receive euros for those Venezuelans who are experiencing high volatility in their currency. Equally, and I know there's a lot of talk about dollarization and de-dollarization, but if you're not an American or you're not in the US, you can't get dollar bank accounts, right? And countries around the world, the dollar is still a universal means of exchange. Something like 79% of global trade is settled in dollars. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with crypto. And so, people still want dollars, I guess is my point, whether we want them to or not. So when you're looking at the ability to provide those types of services, could those be done with traditional financial services? Potentially, yes, but you know what? They're expensive. And, I'll be a little bit controversial. I worked on lots of mobile money programs. I worked on lots of potential financial inclusion solutions in Africa and Southeast Asia. And, big commercial banks don't always want to get involved in this space because banking poor people is not revenue generating. So there will always be areas where crypto assets and the agility of those assets are able to serve other people. So when you look toward MiCA, how might this change for Europeans specifically and for the financial services here? I personally get a lot of banter from my banking colleagues when we talk about how much is settled in these assets. So for USDC, we've settled somewhere in the neighborhood of like $14 trillion since the birth of USDC 5 years ago. And a colleague from Santander might say to me, well, I did that this morning, right? So, but the fact that there hasn't been a regulatory pathway for some of these assets to merge into the traditional financial ecosystem in a way where regulated counterparties can also experiment and potentially offer additional consumer options within their traditional suite of options. For example, like in the future, could you have a wallet that sits within your Santander account that allows you to hold a Euro CBDC, that allows you to hold your traditional, banking savings and maybe your current account, and maybe your crypto asset wallet too, all in one place. There's just no reason that we shouldn't be thinking about ensuring that consumers have better protections and better choices, because that always ends up giving consumers better outcomes. So I disagree with you, unfortunately, Augustine. I think that the ability to put in place a level playing field and a regulatory framework that provides pathways both for emerging technology to engage with traditional finance and back the other way, creating more consumer options, and the ability to create cheaper, more transparent access to serve those who have been left out of the system is critically material and meaningful. I would hope that MiCA creates more crypto asset activity, not less. And I think that that is the direction it will go.
Thanks. Augustine, can I come back to you for a second? Because we touched on the limitations and the fact that disclosure is not always something that's easily used by customers. But what's the part that you find the most interesting, turning the question around in the MiCA regulation? Because it brings rules, it brings more information, it delineates between different types of instruments, assigns responsibilities to different types of supervisors, establishes even layers of significance depending on the sheer size of the platform or of the instrument. So what's the most encouraging avenue from your perspective?
I think that the most important innovation from the point of view of retail investors' protection is the fact that crypto assets will be regulated, by the colleagues in the first row. Supervision, I think, is fundamental. You have mentioned the many warnings that the ESAs have issued to retail investors saying, be aware where you're putting your money. Unfortunately, if you read between the lines, we cannot do much now because you didn't have the powers to basically do anything but to issue the warnings. So I think the fact that now these products are going to be supervised for retail investor protection is fundamental, because you will have to now establish the rules for distribution at retail level. And that also means that you can take appropriate measures. You can also have make use of your powers even to restrict distribution of advertising. Let's take the case, for example, of social media promotion, which over the last years has been booming. We have not only the crypto providers themselves, but also the influencers that it's not very clear who pays them and for what. You have the wallet providers and multiple actors that through social media have created this perception that it's a safe bet. And of course, I can understand that people will trust more Ronaldo than perhaps a tweet of ESMA. I would like that to be different. But the reality is that people behave in different ways.
That's a shame.
So, that's a shame, I agree. So I think that here is...
There's also plenty of talent in our ESAs, and we'd like that to be recognized.
I mean, I think there is a fine line, though, between, people should be enabled to spend their money the way they want to. It is their money. They have worked for it. So if Ronaldo decides that he's going to, promote Louis Vuitton, and people are walking into Louis Vuitton to buy handbags that they can't afford, are we going to step in and tell them they can't do that?
Absolutely not. What I'm basically saying is that people need to be aware of the implications of putting money.
I agree.
But we also need to acknowledge that there are limitations in the way we inform people in financial markets. People do not have the time to invest and think about what is a better site for me, or I put my money in a pension plan, or I put my money in crypto, but with a pension plan I'm going to get a 1% profit. In crypto,
so
I will
can I
get
use
a lot of
just
money
that
now.
Because I think you are also, hitting the right points here. So now let's project ourselves into the post-MiCA world. So we are after June 24, so it's fully applicable now. So what do you think will be the main challenges for us supervisors, or for you, bodies watching the market?
think
What's your main concern there?
Yeah, a big part of the work will be to counter this narrative.
The narrative.
At the end. So you will be able to regulate the product manufacturers. You will be able to establish the rules on distribution. But how are you going to deal with the fact that there is already a narrative, and a very big narrative, for example, going on social media, which is leading consumers to take certain decisions that might not be fully informed, or even worse, they might have the belief that they are fully informed, until they end up with a lot of tokens in their wallets that they cannot sell, or that they sell, they will lose money. So I think that here there will be discounted the narrative.
And how should we do that? Because we don't play football.
Just the next, I agree. Unfortunately. I'm sure you have good players in this stuff. Huh? No, jokes aside. Something that we have done recently is what we call an external alert to the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. Basically, it's a sort of complaint against the consumer authorities, before the consumer authorities, against social media platforms. Because at the end of the day, it's the platforms that are facilitating the space for this information, for this type of promotion to take place. And we did actually with 9 of our members research about how even the platform will say in the terms of use that you are not allowed to make advertising or promotion of speculative products. But at the end of the day, what you see what's happening on the platforms is completely the opposite. So then basically what we have been asking...
So you want an advertising ban, not disclosures? Is that what you're advocating for?
Not for a ban. Not for a ban. I think that advertising in the context of the implementation of MiCA will be discussed, and that will see how it applies to the manufacturers. But the social media should make sure that the people that are talking about crypto, or not even talking, that actually get paid or get stimulus in order to create this narrative of crypto as a safe bet, should not engage in misleading practices toward consumers. That's on one side, for the influencers or thin influencers, whatever you call them. But then you have the advertisers. Because if you look, for example, on Twitter, you will have this sponsor, or I don't know how we call it, sponsored tweets or anything that have a much bigger reach than normal the content that is posted by normal users. And this is basically nothing else but an advertising space that they facilitate. But advertising space that is being used by providers of crypto, providers of exchanges, providers of the wallets, so on and so forth, that are paying, but whose content is not being scrutinized. Because again, that's fuel to create this feeling of being a safe bet. So I think, just closing on this point, a big part of the work from the point of view of retail investor protection will be to counter this narrative. And that you cannot do it alone. You will have to rely on work together with other authorities, being the consumer authorities that have competence over these social media platforms.
So Jan, thank you for the gift, because you gave us such a task with this MiCA regulation commission legislators. So, and we've heard that there are different views and different sensitivities to this topic. How do you see that? I mean, for the way ahead, what do you think we should be doing to best leverage on positive forces from the industry, from the supervisory side? What would be your recommendation for us to tackle the challenge once the text is fully applicable?
Well, the good thing about my role is that I'm not a financial supervisor, so in that sense I will certainly not actually advise the financial supervisors who are in the room what they should do, because I think they're probably better placed to decide on that. I can just say that I think the framework which is now in place, on the topics which were just discussed here, does of course include quite some hooks and also quite clear rules. In terms of advertisement, it needs to be fair, clear, not misleading, and advertising a financial product is not exactly the same than advertising a handbag. If you give the impression that it's the same, then I would say you already start to be at the borderline of being a bit misleading. You need to know what you are actually into when you are into financial products. And I think on that one, MiCA is quite clear. That doesn't mean a banning of advertisement or information, but it needs to be information and advertisement which corresponds to the nature of a financial instrument. So Look, I think for the time being, I mean, the framework is now there. I think all is now in the hands, indeed, of the supervisors and the markets to make this work and to make a maximum out of this. I think this is now also important simply to, let's say, to live this and to try it. And I think there are many challenges in this. I think some of them were, let's say, addressed here in the panel. I think there are many, many more out there, and I think many in the room also know that. So I think we are all together on a path a bit to kind of to learn, and I think at some point also then things will come back to us and people will realize, well, here maybe MiCA hasn't found exactly the right solution, and I think we should then also draw the consequences of this. But I think for this moment it's also really important. It is, while not perfect, but it is there, and it is basically, it has some positive elements. And so I think one needs to make the most out of what is on the table, also for trends which are maybe not exactly addressed square in. I mean, people are talking about staking or other activities. Yes, we don't regulate them exactly, but we do provide quite some hooks for supervisors actually to tackle if there's really misuse. And so I think we should all work together. I mean, of course, in the first instance, the supervisors, but when we support where we can, indeed, I think to make the most of what is there to actually achieve this balance. And then I think we need to take it from there. But it is not a small exercise, and I think indeed the challenges also for supervisors, but also for the market. I think for the supervisors to understand really the details of the technology and the businesses. For these new market players to understand exactly what the supervisors want, it's not going to be a small challenge.
Thanks. And Tina, so what would be your advice for us? In fact, help us there. What should we do to help assuage market, our consumer protection fears and help instill more confidence in this market?
Well, I think through the MiCA process, there has been quite a lot of public and private partnership and cooperation and consultation. And I think that's helped, as Jana said, both sides. The market participants understand what is and will be expected of them. And equally for the competent authorities to better understand what the potential benefits might be, what unintended consequences may result from maybe not understanding exactly how things work, for example. So I think that has been very positive. When you think about trying to apply, a prudential or conduct type of regime to a new industry, there will always be activities that are like for like, and they shouldn't be treated differently. Financial promotions, if you're promoting a mortgage and you're not clear with exactly what the terms and conditions of that product are, and the consumer is harmed, then that's problematic, right? So we have rules already for how advertising financial services should be promoted, and applying those to crypto asset services should be not necessarily relatively simple, but I don't know that it is any different than any other type of financial promotion that may not always, we were talking about cross-selling earlier, that may not always put the consumer in a position to make an informed decision. So across the board, that should be the same. What I think we need to be careful of is those areas where the technology does potentially provide for a different path. And so we have this idea that if it's the same activity, we should have the same regulatory outcome. And I think that that's true most of the time, but sometimes within there's that added caveat of it might be the same type of activity, but the mechanism by which that activity is either brought to market or undertaken is different than the way it is today. When you remove those intermediaries, for example, I'm really super simplifying, and replace this with code and smart contracts, what's different there? And being able to assess what those differences are, and then ensure that whatever the regulatory approach does actually produce the same outcome without stifling that innovation. And that's nuanced. And I think that will take time. And there are areas, like Jan mentioned, staking. DeFi, decentralized financial lending, is an area that there's quite a lot of activity. However, we don't yet have a great articulation of what exactly does decentralization mean. which of those actors are captured in that activity and which aren't. And I think that those are areas where today traditional finance isn't really serving their consumers very well. You know, rates go up, the banks are getting potentially better rates, and they're not passing them on to their savers, for example. And so these people are looking for, in some cases, not even a huge amount of yield. It might be 2 or 3%, but they're not getting from their bank. And so if they can engage in this decentralized product to do that, you know, they're going to play with these things. I think the other area where, you know, we could look to, and this is probably in the next, I would say maybe potentially 2 years when we do our MiCA review, if there are areas where we can better inform consumers and not just rely on social media to be the police around what information people intake, because that's a whole different topic altogether. But you know, there are now credible universities like MIT that are putting together training platforms for independent financial advisors. And so today, those people don't feel comfortable providing that type of, not necessarily advice, but information on these new financial products. And in the future, it would be great if you could sit down with your IFA and discuss a potential ETF, discuss a money market fund, and maybe discuss, you know, a percentage of your portfolio you might want to hold in a crypto asset and which one has performed better over the last 5 years. It's not like that data isn't there. And so when I started with talking about, you know, this kind of convergence of these two markets, that's the direction of travel I would like to see.
Oh, that's interesting. Also, that it's true that we tend to see social media as the new place where market discipline is exerted now. At least we cannot or we should not ignore. But you're right. We should also go beyond, look beyond that, and maybe all involve different types of.
You know, scams and hacks, for example. You know, we hear a lot about, you know, scams, but a scam is a scam. Scams happen all the time. We have an increase in phishing. I mean, it's like exorbitant. It's like 70% during COVID increase in phishing scams. And those are just scams. That doesn't have anything to do with crypto, right? So I think that looking through the lens of where people are getting their information, how they're getting their information, and the speed at which they can make decisions. Some of those financial, some of those might be around how their data is used, some of them might be around financial planning. They have access to a lot of information, not always good, very quickly, and you can take actions very quickly. So I think that some of the things that have been proposed to just slow people down so that they can be a little bit more mindful. The Financial Conduct Authority calls them positive frictions. I think those are great. I think those are good.
Right, so that's a lot of food for thought, and I like maybe to come back to you, Kati, and you told us about your, I mean, all the frauds and also all the, you know, the risks also, even for you who is someone totally savvy with that.
To follow on with the challenges that supervisors might encounter. And I think that this is everything new for all of us, not only consumers, but also supervisors. And you will need the proper teams, the proper training, and the proper tools to do all that monitoring of this new ecosystem that is going to be under your supervision. On education on the consumers, that's going to be tough. And it's going to be tough because there's a lot of new concepts, and it's not only talking about the risks, but on those risks, maybe there's words that they don't understand, right? So it's not only telling the risks, there's one step behind. And I also see a challenge that there's some things that MiCA is not covering yet. Will come with MiCA too, like non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and all DeFi space that we were also mentioning. So we need that consumer to be aware that what's regulated and what's not regulated, and what's the difference. And even with electronic money tokens, with stable coins, they have to know that there's not an insurance like with the normal deposits you've got in your bank, right? So I see that that's the biggest challenge of all, education on both sides, on consumers, on supervisors. And there, of course, you're going to have challenges on how you collaborate with the industry, on how you share information for anti-money laundering, for detecting suspicious activity or fraud. And I think that it's going to be crucial to do that collaboration from the very beginning, to establish working groups with crypto asset service providers, with supervisors, with traditional banks as well, that probably are giving banking services to that service providers and can detect in advance fraud or suspicious activity as well. So I think that collaboration there is going to be key in that information sharing.
No, you're absolutely right. We'll also need to build up this capacity as supervisors to be able to do the job and to think about how we can best, work on this sharing of information and spreading of the information. I'd like to ask if there are questions in the audience. We have 5 minutes, more or less, left. I saw some questions in the slide, but they are very similar to what we've been discussing. So I think we would simply, I have a hard time picking up one of them. One question here. Yeah, do you have a mic, or do you want one? We can.
Oh, there's.
It's coming. Or you can have mine if you want. Well, it might be faster.
Yes, Martin Schmalzried from Covase Families Europe. I represent civil society. I was wondering, because we were talking a lot about blockchain, crypto, and all that stuff, we didn't really mention permissionless, decentralized versus permissioned and private blockchains. And I was wondering whether our current regulatory bodies, and even like the regulators that are supposed to enforce regulation, are they fit for purpose for regulating and enforcing laws in the permissionless, fully decentralized crypto space, especially non-custodial? I mean, that's something that's not covered, and that's where most of the scams also arise, because obviously, tokens can get listed on Uniswap or other such decentralized, platforms much faster than on ones that are regulated or that are centralized, because they have a sort of vetting process before accepting coins normally. So I wonder how you tackle that kind of challenge.
Why don't we ask the industry about that?
Well, the first thing is, I don't think that's true. The majority of the losses and breaches that we have not been in DeFi. DeFi has actually, on par with centralized activities, has had a very, very, very minor amounts of breaches, let's just call them that. So the majority of any of the losses that consumers have experienced over the course of the last 10 years, let's say, have been through centralized entities, FTX being the latest and the last, Voyager, Celsius, all the way back to Mt. Gox. These are centralized entities that are holding people's funds. So I think that it is appropriate to bring those centralized entities within the regulated perimeter, and going back to the same risk, same regulatory outcomes. If you're holding funds, value that belongs to someone else, how you hold that, I think it should be on par, right? I'm going back to the segregation. Now, there will always be additional elements of, for example, holding key management for digital assets is significantly different from a security standpoint than traditional banking. And so there will be additional kind of nuanced elements that need to be brought into custodial type of oversight and supervision. And so there, I think that is areas where our national competent authorities are bringing in subject matter experts and ensuring that their teams, their supervision teams and their enforcement teams are up to skill to do that. And I think that there has been significant progress in that area. Now, for DeFi specifically, I think that that is an evolving area, but people bring up DeFi a lot. It's a very, very, very tiny fraction of the market, and I don't think it's anything to get worked up about right now.
Let's take one more question, if there is one.
Can I maybe
Sure,
also
please,
compliment
Jan,
on that,
please
I
do.
think it was
Yeah.
also a bit the question to the regulators in a way.
Yep.
I mean, I tend to agree that indeed, I think the scale of decentralized finance, really decentralized finance today is really quite minor, because unfortunately a number of products call themselves decentralized, but they are actually not decentralized. So there's quite somebody behind. So I think the first call is always to see, indeed for the supervisors, well, can I actually identify an entity which is controlling this so-called decentralized finance? And I think with that, and together with the MiCA rules, you will already be able to really cover most of the cases. Indeed, the major fraud cases, FTX and others, actually were fully centralized entities even. So I think we have quite good coverage there. I mean, to access really decentralized finance, probably you could do it, but I think most of us would even have challenges, because it's not something which is super easy, basically, if you go to the really decentralized finance.
On that, I read the other day that 90% of DeFi protocols have a legal entity behind them.
So in that sense, I think we're not so badly placed on this part, I think. Of course, there is space to look and to watch, and we'll do that. We've been asked by the Parliament actually to do a report on it, so we'll do that. But let's first of all make sure that, those who are actually controlling activities are also properly identified.
So unfortunately, I think we'll have to stop. I heard the sound that tends to signal that something is happening. So thank you so much for all your insights. Thanks a lot. I'd like also to advertise for the work we publish and put out there for consultation, and encourage the audience to look at it and to participate in those consultations that we do. We've heard a lot. We believe that MiCA will be a game changer, but the work is ahead of us, so we'll have to make it up to what it proposes. We should depart from crypto as a generic name very clearly. We should make sure that we are more specific about what are the instruments we're talking about. The technology is really interesting and brings a lot of also new challenges, so we'll have to get used to that. Banking for people is also an area that we should really consider, thanks to those instruments. And frankly, I was really interested in everything we said about the information, how we collect it and how we share it, and how we communicate about those instruments, and how we can find new ways to reach out to the different types of consumers, users, and get the messages across. So thanks a lot for everything you've shared with us this morning. Thanks for being with us, and we'll touch base. We'll be back with this topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Rodrigo Buenaventura. I'm chairing the Spanish CNAV, and it's an honor to celebrate the 10th edition of the ESA's Consumer Protection Day in our country, in one of the most emblematic museums of Spain. And I first would like to thank the three ESAs for choosing Madrid for this important anniversary, and I would like also to salute the constant work of EBA, ESMA, and the EIOPA in pursuing consumer protection, one of the key objectives for a healthy financial system that serves society. And also have the ESAs, especially ESMA, of course, very close to my heart, and it's very rewarding to see how long they have gone since those early days. I will not go into the specifics of the topics that were dealt with in the previous and the upcoming panels, so cross-selling, crypto, and greenwashing. Let me take a more general perspective on the concept of investor protection from a securities markets point of view, and make some reflections on the key ingredients for this. Consumer protection or investor protection, if we are talking about securities markets, depends on many items and components in the system to ensure that that protection is not simple. It's complex, as complex is human behavior. That means that usually the simplest solutions are not the right ones. In order to advance in the road towards more protected consumers, more protected investors, and more empowered ones, we traditionally mention 5 key ingredients: competition, regulation, supervision, the handling of complaints, and financial education. First, of course, we need to empower retail investors to make the right investment decisions that are aligned with their needs. A lot of that was said in the last panel. And in this sense, true competition between different markets is actually crucial. Investors are the main beneficiaries of that competition and of well-functioning markets. And it's probably in investment services, I dare to say, where we have one of the highest levels of cross-border competition actually happening in Europe. For instance, 50% of the investment funds that were bought by Spaniards a couple of years ago, 50% were non-Spanish products, were pure cross-border distribution. That figure has gone down a bit to 30-something%, but still a very large market share by non-Spanish providers, which I think is good. Second, regulation should be both intended to ensure the stability, the strength, and the resilience of the financial system and the protection of investors. And the EU has been working hard, as many of you know, on the idea of improving the single capital market and the project of the Capital Market Union in order to unlock finance to stimulate growth and to open up investment opportunities for all citizens, all Europeans, while maintaining, of course, a high level of investor protection. But we need to improve the investment experience of retail investors in Europe. And for that, the proposal for a retail investment strategy is trying to cover that gap. We need to significantly extend investment in financial products by Europeans if we want to maximize both the return for their own savings and the returns for the European economy. For that, we need simpler, we need cheaper and stable products. And the retail investment strategy proposed by the European Commission is proving, as you know, controversial these days. Its two key components are literally, as we speak, under fire in the legislative debate. And let's see how it goes. I'm not sure that if those two key components are left out of the final package, we could still call it a strategy. It might be retail investment, it might be a different product. As for supervision, the third component, I'm really convinced about the fundamental role that national competent authorities and also the relevant of the three ESAs in harmonizing financial supervision in the EU. I think member states must continue to have robust supervisory bodies with relevant powers so that there continues to be a plurality of financial centers in Europe, which is, I think, essential to achieve real penetration of financial markets into the real economy. But we also need, of course, strong ESAs, and since I'm talking about from the securities markets perspective, a stronger ESMA. With more powers, power to bring national supervisors really accountable when they do not apply union law correctly, when we do not apply, because it's a collective effort, of course. Through tougher peer reviews, with an effective name and shame mechanism, through breach of union law procedures, bringing real convergence of supervision through incisive decisions and opinions and guidelines. If you have observed closely in the last couple of years, that is already happening, but I hope that we are able together to continue that path of really convergent supervision in Europe. And of course, I have long believed that we need an ESMA with higher legal capabilities in terms of its role and place in the EU institutional setting. I'm referring to elements like real no-action letters, for those of you lawyers in the room, like a more meaningful space for the parameters that are enshrined in level 2 as opposed to level 1, or to elements like empowering the ESAs and ESMA in particular to be able to adjust over time some of those regulatory parameters in the same manner that the UK FCA has got under the market reforms in that country. The fourth element I mentioned at the start was a robust complaint handling system. And let me make a reference to the Spanish situation. The current complaints numbers in Spain in investment services, and again, I'm not referring to banking or insurance, it's just investment services, they point to very low levels of unrest. From a total of more than 12 million securities accounts in this country, CNMV receives 750 complaints a year, not 750,000, 750. That means 6 out of 1,000 clients. And the vast majority of those complaints that we receive are solved and agreed even before we rule. And when we rule, the vast majority of the entities follow the decisions of the CNMV, even if they are non-binding. So I think that tells a lot, but we cannot fall into complacency. And we need to ensure that citizens, investors are, they know their rights to complain, and they are also aware of how to do so. And this is especially relevant, I think, in the context of the EU single market, because since we have such a high level of cross-border provision of services, it's important also to know how to manage those complaints when they host supervisories in a different country. And finally, and I think this is especially relevant, we must improve the financial knowledge of citizens to enable them to understand financial products that are offered to them and to be able to adequately manage their personal finances. The current average level of financial literacy, if you take a look at the most recent Eurobarometer figures, is, to put it softly, not precisely optimal. And we can do a lot to improve that. In Spain, we have taken some initiatives, for instance, linking on the discussion of the previous panel, to inform consumers, inform investors about the risk of certain products. For instance, we have issued a rule to regulate advertising of crypto assets. And not banning the advertising, but ensuring that those adverts contain a very clear warning of what are the risks within those products. And it is also important that we are aware of course, how to protect ourselves as consumers, as citizens, from attempted frauds. In the CNMV, we have launched several initiatives to fight fraud in financial services through a national action plan against financial fraud. And the idea is to anticipate better, to detect earlier those episodes, to slow down their propagation and to limit their effects, their damage. And 19 public institutions and private institutions, some of them are here in the room, have joined that national action plan to combat financial fraud. And I'm convinced that we can do much more on those two fronts, financial education and fighting financial fraud, in the EU in general, collectively, and of course with the coordination and the leadership of the 3 ESAs and the Joint Committee. Because financial fraud in some instances, in some sectors of the population, is really rampant these days, knows no frontiers, we know that, and with the expansion of digital technology is reaching all kinds of investors. So it's evident that the best antidotes against bad financial services or even fraudulent financial ones, of course, in the short term is regulation and supervision, but the medium and long term, it's been said this morning, it's all about financial education and awareness. And it's also very well known that when a person has been the victim of fraud, that person and his or her close circle becomes at least skeptical, probably hostile towards the financial services and financial industry, which in turn, paradoxically, in the long run is acting against their own interests in terms of their financial well-being. And since we all agree that it is, Verena said that before, it is such a long-term effort, of course, the earlier we start, the sooner we start, the better. So, concluding now my remarks, looking at the short term, we will have a lunch break in a few minutes. And I was thinking about where we will have the lunch break, which is where we will have the coffee break, which is the Jerónimos cloister, 18th century cloister that was reconstructed when this museum was enlarged 15 years ago. And I think there is at least a clear analogy, because when this museum was enlarged, works finalized in 2007, the objectives were to preserve, to enlarge, and to modernize. To preserve what was already working well, to have more capacity and welcome more visitors, and also to modernize the services. And I think that on retail financial regulation, we have a bit the same objectives. We want to preserve the key elements of the regulation that has brought us here, which has been a long journey. We need to enlarge in the sense of attracting many more investors to financial markets, for their own well-being in the long run, of course, but also for the well-being of the European economies as such. But we need also, as the last panel proved, and I think the next one will prove, to modernize, to adapt to the two main changes, of course, the green transformation, the digital transformation that is posing clear challenges for us all. I hope you have an excellent rest of the conference, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you all back. I hope you had a very enjoyable lunch. I did, so I'm full of energy, and I'm sure my colleague panelists are as well. So today we're going to, or this afternoon, another very important investor protection topic, but now in the context of sustainable finance. And clearly there are two topics that are relevant in this equation. It's the topic of greenwashing, which is very much related to the topic of retail investor participation in the financial markets. And clearly there's a link between those two, because participation of retail investors in financial markets requires confidence, and greenwashing undermines that confidence. So it's it's a negative correlation, so to say, in difficult words. So we've seen a remarkable rise in the numbers in financial investments in sustainable products, which is good in itself, given the underlying objectives. At the same time, there is an increasingly awareness of investors, either retail or institutional, about the risks of greenwashing and it therefore clearly has the firm attention of the ESAs, but also the NCAs alike. So to deal with greenwashing, you clearly need high quality ESG disclosures, but you also need more next to disclosures. You also need understanding by retail investors what you're buying and proper supervision. The ESAs worked on a greenwashing report, which was published in June. And there, basically, if you summarize the 3 reports actually that were there, it had a harmonized definition where it's good to start to understand what greenwashing actually is, because there's so many understandings of greenwashing. So to have some kind of definition really helped. But it also showed how complex this monster actually is. So you have several characteristics, and I think I won't be able to quote the definition right now, but if you would paraphrase the definition, it is the image that comes from disclosure is not in line with the substance actually underlying that product, which is a problem. But if you look at the whole investment chain, you have several characteristics tying into this. So you have the claim itself, which could be misleading. You have the way it is misleading, so what kind of message is associated to this. You clearly have, so who is actually doing this? Is it the issuer who is misreporting, or is it the advisor who is misadvising? And clearly you have the means of channels that are used to commit to greenwashing. And the report also shows the various causes of greenwashing. And unfortunately, with a complex problem, there are complex reasons, multiple reasons actually. It could be data, it could be market participants that are consciously or unconsciously not substantiating claims enough. It could be just expertise that's not there with market participants yet, or with retail investors. It could be data availability, it could be problems with enforcement, or it could be the issue of the unstable framework that we have on the legislative part, which I think is what we all can agree upon. If you establish such a framework in such a short time frame, it clearly requires a lot of guidance. But after this short introduction, I will now go to the panelists. They're all such icons in their field. I hardly dare to introduce them because you all know them very well, but I still will do a short one. And happy to start with Sirpa Pietikäinen, who's a member of the European Parliament and clearly a very forceful advocate of sustainable EU economy. And she's also a member of the Econ Committee. So welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Then going to Helena Viñas-Fiestas, who's chair of the EU Platform for Sustainable Finance, but clearly also commissioner of the CNMV, and clearly a highly respected expert in this field. Then moving on to Guillaume Prache, who's a well-known consumer advocate, tirelessly fighting for the rights of retail investors. He's now senior advisor and was before many, many years Director General of Better Finance. And last but certainly not least, Brenda Kramer, I can pronounce. She's a senior advisor at PGGM, which is the way we pronounce it in Dutch, which is clearly one of the major fund service providers around. And you're an expert in sustainable finance. So I think we're all fully set for a very fruitful discussion. Yes. But let me first start with Guillaume, if you don't mind. So we clearly have seen a lot of good and less good practices around. And I want to understand what your take is from your perspective on ESG disclosures and clearly what challenges in general you see with investing as consumer in ESG products.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. In fact, I would start with the last question. What are the key challenges? First, I would like to congratulate the ESAs for having picked greenwashing as a panel discussion, because it is indeed a major issue. You said trust of investors is at stake, but even more than for regular financial products, because it's not only the trust as investors, but it's trust as citizens of a planet that we would like to be kept habitable for mankind. And so we are in a sort of club here, we are all experts. So I was talking the let's say, politically correct jargon. If I was to translate in a layman's term, in the man on the street, and to paraphrase a bit my American friends and to set up a bit the debate, I would say, as an American, so excuse me, preemptively, I would say if bullshit could fly, the ESG investing place would be an airport. And it might seem a bit rushed, but first it's waking you up after lunch. And second, more importantly, I'm going to prove it right now. And you might wonder why I have a computer. Normally I don't for this kind of events. But the prescription of the ESAs was to come up with data, surveys, facts for everything I say. And my hard drive for this is a better memory than mine. So I will give you now the proof of what I'm saying, unfortunately. And hopefully later I will have a chance to propose some adjustments. So I'm not only referring first, but of course I had to say to the SEC, $19 million fine on a major European asset manager. This asset manager, as you know, had to reduce by 75% the amount of assets that he reported earlier as green. So I don't know, fortunately it's not in the US, because the 75% purchased by American investors, that would have made a great class action, I'm sure. But I have more. I have the bigger problem we have is this, it's related to this case, but it's the problematic area of so-called Article 8 funds. By the way, no retail investor knows what you are talking about when you say that. The AFM, the Dutch supervisor, recently said something a bit different from what you said, Evert, in your introduction. He said an SFDR classification, Article 8 or Article 9, that's why I have my computer, I don't want to make any misquoting of the supervisor, in itself should not be presented as substantiation for a certain degree of sustainability of a product. So, yes, there is a big growth of Article 8, 55% already of all assets under management back in February. And in terms of sales, I think it's much bigger. We'll come back to that. An NGO called 2 Degree Investing Initiative is going a step further to the AFM. Recently, it published So you see, I am quoting surveys data. It's a recent, it's called Market Review of Environmental Impact Claims of Retail Investment Funds in Europe. So it's surveyed 450 Article 8, Article 9 funds, mostly Article 8. Starting by stating the obvious, that most retail investors expect a real-world impact from finance products which are classified as green or sustainable or this kind of terms. And one major takeaway from this report, and that is the biggest greenwashing issue, 73% of those funds reviewed don't even claim to have any impact. And of the remaining 27%, none were claiming that. So they were claiming to have an environmental impact claim. None could sufficiently substantiate this claim according to the UCPD, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, indicating a substantial, of course, potential legal risk. This is not me saying that, it is the conclusion of the NGO. So my take is that 100% of these funds have no justified claim to have any positive impact on ESG factors. And I think the situation can even be worse, is that some of these funds at least have a negative impact. So my first question is, do we need really this misleading Article 8 classification? I come back if we have time on Article 9. And last piece of survey, Evert, is this is on funds and funds classification. What about advice on sustainable products? Now, I would hope we have bigger surveys, but we have one done recently by our German member. I try to summarize at maximum the conclusions. First one, investors are cautiously skeptical about possible investments in ESG products. Second, investment advice is predominantly in exclusion approach. I hope we can come back to that as well, while engagement approach products played only a minor role. And lastly, a vast majority of respondents, it was experienced retail investors, did not follow the advisor's recommendation. So to come, if I have still 1 minute for the disclosure part, you ask me. First, we don't have the choice anymore. I said Article 8 are now 55% of assets, but it's much more in percentage of sales right now. And I have a friend who subscribed a personal pension, unit-linked personal pension at a very large bank. It was only full of Article 8 units, funds, without asking him his opinion on this. And when I personally wanted to buy a few months ago, like many people, I guess, a money market fund, a bit tired of the interest rates at the banks, I could not find one money market fund without a green reference. SRI, ESG, sustainable, and often with a label. And for us at Better Finance, to start with, to have a label of sustainability on a money market fund. I remind you the rules of ESMA. I think it's securities of less than 370 days or something like that. But I would not say it's a joke because it's not funny, but it's very surprising. So, so it is a very serious challenge, and also we lack. And I'm coming to an example, it's my last example, if I may, on a key information document of an Article 8 fund. First, as you know, you saw there is a lot of skepticism from investors. They are not so stupid, you know. Lincoln and Bob Marley used to say you can fool some people sometimes, but not all the people all the time. They know, for example, they don't know what ESG means, what Article 8 means, what disclosure regulation, etc., taxonomy, but they have read that Europe is 7% of CO2 emissions in the world. So that means that supposing we have effective investing strategies for some products, we should invest massively, 93%, in non-European sustainable products, if there are any. We don't, and institutional investors do even less. In Europe, you can look at the insurers and pension funds sorry, Brenda, asset allocations. I'm talking globally, I'm not talking about PGGM. You will see they have almost, they have very, very little involvement there. So very briefly for a typical, and I'm coming to the heart of the problem of and that is ESA's power to maybe improve this. I took the KID of this product, so I was told to please at the same time EBA, ESMA, and EIOPA. So I took a personal pension product, insurance-based, unit-linked, so full of investment funds, and sold and advised and sold by a very large bank. So the three of you are there. So please listen carefully. So, you know, the kit starts by objectives. And I read you the first line. I don't know if you have ever read a kit. No, very few retail investors have, but it's very packed, very small. And for objectives, there are already at least 20 lines. First line, the sub-fund is a financial product that promotes ESG characteristics pursuant to Article 8 of the Disclosure Regulation. Full stop, then it talks about something else. So what is the problem with this? Very obscure. Put your shoes into your feet into the shoes of a retail investor and not you guys. And misleading, especially as an investment fund objective. You know, there is a law in Europe that says that information, investor information, must be likely to be understood by the average number of the group to whom it is directed or by whom it is likely to be received. This does not, obviously, I hope you are convinced, meet the criteria because it's not understandable for anyone, but they could guess it's good for the environment. As I showed before, most often it is not. And at the 11th line below, we find another sentence saying the sub-fund is actively managed and seeks to outperform the MSCI EMU small cap index. Very good, very precise. But how is it consistent? How does it work and be prioritized with the first objective? And the only other thing you find on sustainability, so on non-financial information, I don't read all of it, it's a paragraph, but it says it integrates sustainability factors in its investment process as outlined in more detail in section Sustainable Investment of the prospectus. So you have no clue of which sustainable investing approach is being followed. Fortunately, I am not the average investor, but it took me hours to search through the 1,300 pages of the prospectus, the 800 pages of the annual report. Okay, it's a Luxembourg SICAV by compartment, but of course, not one retail investor will do that. And I found, and that's my last point, if I may, on my turn, but it's, I think, sets a good scene, hopefully. I discovered, they say, at last, that is the best-in-class approach. But I also saw, looking at the portfolio in the annual report, that de facto it excluded all Eurozone energy companies. So that is, again, part of the de facto dominant exclusion, negative screening, disengagement, I call it wash your hands, sustainable investment approach, pompously labeled as a strategy. And it includes the flip side of it, when you have only positive screening and best in universe issuers. So this approach may be intuitive, that is dangerous for retail investors, but it's the least effective of all. There is another study from the same NGO on this, and can be detrimental to the environment, and I always take, and so I don't resist to do it again here, the example of publicly listed oil companies. You exclude them. It is not changing zilch to the level of the demand of oil. It's supply companies, they don't create the demand. But worse, it is de facto helping who? The non-listed or little listed and state-owned oil companies, which are less ESG sensitive, less ESG regulated, less transparent, worse governance. Do you know who are the 3 biggest oil companies in the world? Aramco and 2 Chinese petroleum companies. Mm-hmm. They must be very happy watching the European pension funds, again, I'm not talking about PGGM, who are proudly bragging and doing this. We are getting out of oil stock, we are dumping our oil stocks, penalizing the competitors of the three guys I mentioned. So really, I think it's even a negative impact, and I stop there. You should read an article from a professor of Yale, Kelly Shue, who shows that the solution is to invest in brown companies, because that's where you can make a big difference by pushing the transition. In investing in already green companies only, you will achieve little. I stop there, thank you.
Thanks, Guillaume, for that powerful picture. We can wrap things up now, so that's good. No, it's thanks for having that, providing that powerful picture, and also the numbers. It's clearly quite concerning. At the same time, it's good to have the facts straight. You mentioned PGGM twice, and Brenda 3 times.
Surprise.
So that's a very good bridge to Brenda, because now your turn. So you represent clearly the market side in this panel.
Yeah.
And it would be good to understand, how do you actually integrate sustainable preferences and strategy in practice?
Of course.
And who's actually driving that process? Is it the end user of pensions, or so? Can you give a little bit more insight into how the process actually works?
Of course. Just a quick question. Anyone who does not know PGGM? You all know it? No. Oh, I see a few. Okay, good. Thank you for your honesty, because we usually assume it. But so PGGM is the second biggest pension fund in the Netherlands. We manage the healthcare sector. The Netherlands is a bit different from most European countries, as we have sector pension funds, and it's not voluntary. So part of your pension is just, or part of your salary is just being paid into a fund. We manage the pension of 1.5 million Dutch people, and that's about 250 or even more billion euros. So it's a mega big fund, but it also has very diversified interests, as you can imagine, because getting 1.5 million people aligned is not always easy. So yeah, our philosophy is to provide a good pension, and so a good pension is not necessarily going for the highest interest. It's a balance between impact on the world, interest, and risk. And we try in our investment strategy to balance those three overall. And in some asset classes that goes easier than in other asset classes. Well, first, you wanted to know, where does this philosophy or this drive come from? Well, first of all, our participants. So we ask them every year, what are your main issues? And who thinks climate is on place 1 when we ask our participants? Oh, very good, no one. It's actually on place 5. People are much more worried about child labor, forced labor, illegal transactions. So it's not that high in the agenda as us climate people usually think. And I think very important to understand that it's a problem interlinked, like climate with societal issues. And nobody wants their money invested in something that includes child labor. It's worse than oil and gas, most people think. And that's good. So that's one driver. Second driver is society. So we have experienced increasing societal pressures, including day-long demonstrations in our building of people that thought we needed to divest all of our oil and gas investments. Spoiler alert, we haven't, but I will go into that later. But so societal pressure has really, really increased over the past years. And it's something we increasingly need to take into account when writing our investment strategy and executing it. And thirdly, it's financial considerations. We were just talking in the lunch break, but there are material risks of climate change that we just need to take into account. So that's definitely one of the big drivers as well. Now, where we as PGGM come in the value chain is that we manage the fund. So the fund is owned by a board and basically by representatives of the pension participants. They tell us what to do. basically. So they write the strategy, they tell us, these are UN SDGs, that's why we started with. These are our 3 focus, or 7 by now, focus areas. And you need to make sure that you, as an asset manager, implement what we want. Now, what we do as an asset manager, so we get this 250 billion split up in different mandates. So a mandate, for example, for private equity and infrastructure, a mandate for credit loans to companies, a mandate for listed equities, and obviously state bonds, because they are the balancing asset class under most pension products. Now, for all of these asset classes, we hire different investment teams, and sometimes one asset class is actually managed by 10 different investment teams, because we also spread the risk of executing. So this is a really long investment chain. And my point would be that the person that buys that pension and buys into the promise that we invest in a good pension in a liberal world doesn't want to know what our lowest investment manager in the chain is doing, right? If you order a house and you build a house, you don't need to know that the electrician is where exactly all of the wires are going. You just want to make sure your electricity works when you get the key. And so that is our role. We have to build that house, and it has to have the sustainability accreditations that our client has asked. Now, how do we do that? Because you mentioned a few times investment strategy. For us, in general, in responsible investment, you can say there are 3 steps that you can take. First of all, you start with what do we definitely not want in our portfolio? Well, that starts with things like we don't want child labor. We do want fair loans. We do want, we don't want slavery. Increasingly, it includes we don't want oil and gas, or we don't want Arctic drilling, or tobacco. We're a health fund, so we've excluded tobacco already for a long time. It can also exclude companies that are not adhering, for example, to the OECD guidelines. So that is really your baseline. And the full portfolio, no matter in which asset class or how far down the chain, needs to make sure that that's being done. So those are really hard criteria. Then on top of that, we look at where do we want to see the change. So this is a very fuzzy part, because yeah, definitely you can try to change a really bad company into a really good company, but it does take tools and strategies and benchmarks and indicators to measure whether you're actually doing that. And I'll give an example of that. And thirdly is where do we want to make an impact? So you said that, like hardly any fund does actually contribute to a better world. So what are the investments that we do that are really, really building a positive contribution to the world? And we've seen with the creation of taxonomy, you definitely know, Sherpa, that those are about 2% of the economy at this moment, and when we talk about climate. So that's a really small pool of assets that you're fishing for, and for the economists among us, that doesn't help the interest rate, because there's a lot of demand for those assets as well. So for example, I'll just give a short example of our climate strategy, because we have signed, our PSW has signed the Paris-aligned Investor Initiative, meaning that our portfolio needs to be climate neutral in 2050, and we have targets for 2030 as well, which means we're setting a target of climate solutions, so things we want to do, which needs to be 8% of our portfolio in 2030. Now, we're kind of breaking that down in what does that mean in yearly steps, but also what does that mean for every asset class? Because in some asset classes, it's much easier, like in infrastructure investments, it's much easier to find climate positive investments than in state bonds, because they're not that, they don't disclose that information actually. So that's on the positive side. And on the negative side, we've said we exclude Arctic drilling, because that's bad for the environment. We don't exclude oil and gas, except when the company is not improving the way we want to see it. So we started this engagement program 2 years ago, where we sent all oil and gas companies, it's a couple of hundred companies, we sent them a letter, we're going to engage. Engaging means you talk to the company, You send them letters, and you use your voting rights in the company to push them to a certain direction. We're going to do that. We're going to exercise those rights over the next 2 years, and if your climate plans are not concrete enough, we will divest. By now, we've divested almost all of the oil and gas companies in our portfolio because there's simply no progress. But it needs, if you want to invest in transition, I think it needs that kind of pathways, indicators, and because otherwise transition theory can be a tricky greenwashing theory, right? So we're investing in transition, so we're just buying bad companies and hoping they get better is not a good strategy. So that definitely needs some substantiation. At the same time, I have one worry, and then I will stop because I haven't solved it yet. If you don't want greenwashing, which is obviously not something we want, how do you still have room for being bold on your objectives, right? So we see biodiversity coming up. It's a very big topic, and climate has been pushed just by market parties putting it on the agenda. And so we're putting biodiversity on the agenda without having the right data yet, without having the trajectories yet, without having a good substantiation of what our plan is. And how, like, is that then, when is it greenwashing, would be my question, you know, saying we are putting our efforts in biodiversity, it's important to us, but we don't really know how yet. We still want to publish it, we want to be vocal about it. So that's a struggle I have, where the side of, you know, the greenwashing for the consumer and wanting to prevent greenwashing, it almost becomes a reputational risk for us to be bold and ambitious in our communication. So I'm going to leave it with that because we probably have some time to go into that later on.
Thanks, Brenda, for providing that very valuable insight into how the process works. A bit concerning that even a big player like PGGM stops basically trying to influence those oil majors, because if someone can do it, it's the big pension
Yeah, it's
funds.
very sad. Yeah, we had the same analysis, by the way, as you, so we are aware that there are three big oil, the three largest oil companies were not in our portfolio. It was part of our analysis, yeah.
One topic that you mentioned was the taxonomy, and clearly, in the concept of greenwashing, you need to understand what green is, and therefore I will turn to Elena, who's chairing the Sustainable Finance Platform, the birthplace of the taxonomy and usability of the taxonomy. Maybe you can supply some insights in the work of the platform and also about, you know, how the usability and taxonomy in general can help combat basically greenwashing in financial markets.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. The EU Platform Sustainable Finance, for those who do not know, it's an advisory group to the European Commission precisely on the development, implementation, and usability of the EU taxonomy, and more broadly of the sustainable finance framework, whose ultimate goal is to mobilize capital flows to sustainable investments. Now, if the core of our work is the taxonomy, it's not accidental. It's because the taxonomy is the central piece of this bigger jigsaw that we call the sustainable finance package. Now, what is the taxonomy? I know many of you are very familiar with the taxonomy, but it's always good to remember. The taxonomy, I like to think of it as a dictionary where, you know, it tells us, all of us, which economic activities can be considered sustainable and under which circumstances. And to tell us that, it develops technical criteria based on science. Now, the taxonomy is actually much more than just a dictionary that helps us, all of us, speak the same language. Companies need to use the taxonomy to analyze their activities. So they need to look whether or not the activities they conduct meet the technical criteria. And then they need to report on the percentage of the revenues generated from those activities that actually meet the criteria, that can be considered sustainable. And that gives us a picture of where the activities of our companies are On the other hand, they also have to report on the expenditures they make to maintain those activities that are green, but equally on the investments they're making to expand the activities that are green and to become taxonomy alignment. So in a way, the taxonomy tells us where a company is heading towards. Now, if you think about that, the taxonomy at that moment goes from a dictionary to a sort of common measurement tool that is telling me how sustainable are the activities and at the same time how sustainable are the investments. In a way, we could argue that the taxonomy is the 21st century metric system because it finally captures environmental performance through financial metrics. It's the first time that we construct that bridge between these two worlds that they were not speaking to each other. But it goes farther because what we need to understand that every share and every corporate general purpose bond has two figures attached to it. Now, one is the revenues alignment and on the other one is the CapEx alignment. And financial market participants then they can use those figures to construct their portfolios. Now, irrespectively of not, if they end up using those figures to construct their portfolios, they do have to report on the percentage of alignment of their portfolios to the taxonomy in the case of all those financial products that either promote environmental characteristics or have an investment, sustainable objective. And this, for the very first time, provides investors with a simple measurement tool to compare apples to apples. One fund is 20%, the other one 50%. And I'm going to make a parenthesis and pick up on what you said, Brenda, because you said everyone complains and says, oh, they're so, the percentages are so low when it comes to revenues. Well, that's the whole purpose, because if the percentages were high, we wouldn't need a taxonomy, would we? The purpose is really for companies to invest in becoming taxonomy aligned. So a much more interesting KPI is the CapEx alignment for the time being. And the first reports that we're starting having from the industry actually show that in fact the CapEx alignment figures are much higher than the revenues ones, and particularly in the high impact sectors, which means that some companies are actually investing in transforming their activities, and that's the whole purpose of the taxonomy. Now, we also need to take into account, and you mentioned the figures from ESMA, that roughly 55% of the European market you mentioned Article 8, has environmental characteristics or an investment sustainable as an objective. So I'm including Article 9.
It's Article 8 and Article 9. Yeah.
Exactly,
But
both of them.
Small piece for Article.
Exactly. A tiny one, but it will increase. Anyway, so if we take that into account on one hand, and on the other hand, we take into account that banks also and financial institutions need to report on the percentage of the credit and investment portfolios that they are aligned with the taxonomy, and that they have a vested interest in increasing the products, green products, based on the taxonomy, given the high demand, we start getting a much better picture of how, the whole sustainable finance package works, and how the real intention is to increase the demand for taxonomy aligned so companies can actually access the capital they need to transition. Now, in terms of greenwashing, in a nutshell, the taxonomy combats greenwashing because A, it allows us to put an end to discuss whether or not, this technology is green or is not green sustainable, so we all speak the same language, but also because it provides a common measurement tool that is very easy to use.
Thanks, Elena. I think it's really indeed important to stress the CapEx one, because that's a comment that I also get a lot in my work, is to stress the relevance of that particular one. Thanks a lot. Maybe, so Europe has always been a front runner in designing sustainability legislation, and it has been done at breakneck speed, so to say, but largely to the, with the power of the Parliament backing this all up. Can I have your take, basically, on how you see the system working now, and also actually how you see the EU in a global stage, basically, a global perspective, working on the whole sustainability framework, again, taking into consideration how fast this all went?
Well, I couldn't call it fast because we started debating it, and some of the financial actors were already on those days included 10 years ago about the concept of sustainable finance. So it took 10 years before the Commission came up with the proposal. Then we are taking actually the first baby steps in sustainable finance. We have to remember that. Hopefully at least on the right direction, but it's a bit flubbery. So not all the steps are going on the right direction. Just to remind you about the delegated acts about the climate and nuclear and gas and stuff like that. And that is very bad, because if you put your money on the wrong place, tell how funny it is for the investors and retail customers to tell after 5 years, sorry, not sustainable. And that's why we should have the longer perspective. And coming from the economics and business administration background, I always make the equivalence marks between accounting and sustainability accounting. And basically, all the taxonomy, all the claims should be the same. So it should be based on indicators that are harmonized globally. That is the IFRS. That is evolving process. That was a big fight. The Parliament tried to have this kind of a sort of sustainability accounting, but while the Commission started the taxonomy with this kind of, as you said, dictionary defining what is green, we did sort of push it a bit to the next level, didn't get it totally. Why I'm saying that this your work that is very precious is not going to be adequate is that if you think all the sectors, all the substances, all the companies, and all the combinations, it's a surmountable task to define what is green. And then you just need to sort of make the benchmarks. That is in accounting. In IFRS, you have the accounting methodology, what is the return on investment. And you don't sort of describe, you have to invest on personnel or management or marketing or R&D certain amount, but you sort of set then sort of the benchmarks in industry level. Okay, let's start with the level of ambition. If I would say that from the environmental perspective, all of our businesses, including financial sector, is doing horrible deficit. You are bankrupt, guys, totally. And then those guys that are less bankrupt are saying, look, I'm pretty good one, because I'm not so, I don't make 50% or 100% bankruptcy. So please try to raise the bar, because 20 years, and you know what sort of the bell is ringing in climate change, on biodiversity, on resource efficiency, we would need to have tenfold resource efficiency. Climate neutrality by 2030, and compensating 1/3 the biodiversity more, and eradicate harmful substances from chemicalization, and totally closed loops. Hands raised, who knows the businesses? Of course, I'm excluding the small ones that are there. Our economy is based on different kind of a concept. And then the really big question is how you make the transformation. I can be preaching there, okay, bad boys and girls, let's do it differently. But because of the businesses don't even know how to make the transformation, partly yes, but not totally. That's why I would leave a bit of a more sort of set the stage and the ambition level. So what is the profitability by science? We have the IPCC, we have the IPBES for biodiversity and so forth. And that goes to ESAs. The ESAs definitely should have a planetary boundaries council and resource of specialists, sort of seeing where we would need to be, and then seeing that actually we are going at least on the right direction. And what is the risk, and I just pick up the gas from taxonomy, is that you say something that is slightly better. Of course, gas is better than coal, but you have sunk investment. It's a side track of the rail where you say, well, I'm not so north than if I would have stayed with the coal. Yes, but what does it help you that you are in Warsaw when actually you should be going to Rome from Helsinki? You are anyway in the sidetrack. And we should avoid these, and this is a big struggle. Okay, science-based, then the indicators. That's not so difficult. It goes if you have the allegory of accounting. It is the use of resources, it is the waste, it is the emissions, CO2 included, water is included in the resources, it is the biodiversity and indirect land use and chemicalization. There you set the indicators. Then you sort of set as a bar where you need to be going by science. Probably the CO2 levels would be so low that basically no one would get it, but that comes to the transitional companies. It's not adequate that you are doing something better than your competitors or better than you used to do. Sort of putting solar panels on the parking slots of the Shell and owning some other sort of a solar panel slots doesn't make the same fact as the investment plan within 5 years out of the oil, what they actually should be doing. And I can't see this happening. And the lobbying goes very strongly towards the politicians. It's like, you know, the old lady with the rollator saying, no, you can't set a 3 hours limit for marathon. It takes 12 hours me to go there. So you need to set the limits for 12 hours. And I wouldn't care if it wouldn't be life-threatening, seriously. It's more important. And guess why you have the economic indicators? Because we think that we need to hold the financial actors and companies accountable for investors, for societies, and of course, for the supervisors and others. And to be frank, I think it is less harmful to steal $1 million out of a company or customers than destroy the planet. And believe me, I don't want that stealing or fraud to happen either. But this sort of is gaining the importance in the level that we in politics do not yet see. And if we can't make the market signal, then I'm afraid that within the politics, as you saw from the taxonomy, we just can't make it alone. Okay, then 2 very brief. Okay, indicators, harmonized, global. Then the 4th is that kind of simplified version, a bit like you have the nutritional value tablets for SMEs, because they can't make that very complicated accounting, but they can approximate with that kind of a simplified version, and that is good enough for actors. Then it should be reflected in MiFIDs, it should be reflected in prospectus, it should be in millions of places in financial regulation, where we actually clearly give the competencies to ESAs, where we clearly said that there needs to be equal responsibility as for the financial responsibility, for the sustainability, and then the social, yes, I agree, it should be there, but in the longer run, let's see how we can swallow the environmental part to start swallowing that first. And then again, the big question is how we can make ESAs more effective, more resourced and more effective there. There needs to be the resources, there needs to be the standards, there needs to be the supervision, and all that that I'm just sort of looking and praying when I'm looking on the sides for the ESAs to happen, because I can't sort of see it happening without sort of these sort of practical concrete implementation. Last but not least, please do concentrate on the risk-based model, because if you add green and you do not diminish the black, it's not adequate. And you have to fill all the sustainability bulks, as you can see from the palm oil case. You can't produce solar panels with child labor and call it sustainable, right? So there's all the elements that need to be checked. And then again, that is quite sort of a different kind of work than looking climate only, that I'm very afraid if we just do it this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sirpa, for that very powerful message. Clearly, and I can maybe summarize it to have the ambition and to raise the bar. I think if I want to summarize what you've been saying is to raise the bar. I also want to raise the bar with the audience, frankly. So I think we have a Slido now, if I'm not mistaken, Slido number 5. So could we have the Slido number 5? I see nodding. So how much did you contribute to the sustainable change, so to say? And the question is, did you ever personally invest in ESG financial products? Yes or no? It's a very easy question.
It's changing.
It's changing in the wrong direction, so can we change it?
Yeah, maybe what's interesting here is that most products, if you go look for it, like the 3 elements that I said, so exclusions, engagement, and impacts, like most ESG funds would just do some exclusions if you dive into it. It's scary. Like you can buy a climate fund and they will just say we exclude the 5 worst oil companies and call themselves a climate fund. So like this is, ESG funds are just, they can be anything. And I think Article 8 facilitates that in a way as well, because it does, you can do like small exclusions or have a complete engagement program and still be Article 8. It doesn't differentiate.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is even worse than what it shows, because I told you, if I take my case, I am in the 31 with my money market fund. But did I do anything for the environment? No.
No, exactly. No.
Right. So what can I say? 70% not, so we should step up. But maybe that's because of the fact that it is unclear how products actually, how green they are. Clearly we have still 17 minutes, so I really want to go also into solutions and to hear from all of you. So then you kind of know how much time you would have. But maybe you were already talking, Brenda. So I think one of the issues is, so we were talking about personal investments, is to understand products.
Yeah.
And there is, you have the taxonomy and you have the limited understanding of a typical retail investor regarding transparency. So there you have the idea of labeling and categorization. So what's your take on that, those kind of solutions?
Yeah, so I think it needs, like the current system is not proportional in terms of what we communicate to people. So the further you get down into investment chain, the more detailed the information should be that you get. Like building the house. If I build a new house, I just want to make sure it's climate positive. I don't need to know the exact specifications of all the products. So for me, taxonomy is much more a tool for investor to investor or company to investor. So I buy an infrastructure fund or an infrastructure company, I take 50% of 49% of the stakes and say, I'm buying you, but in 5 years, I want to see these sustainability results. And so that is therefore, taxonomy is a very useful tool. as a pension beneficiary, half of the people doesn't even know we invest their money, let alone know what a taxonomy is. So my call would really be, let's go to a quite simple labeling system that specifies, are you just excluding stuff? Are you putting in your weights? Or are you really, really making a positive contribution? And I just need to be able to see that from a simple classification. And so as a pension fund also, the greenwashing, I would be greenwashing is like if I say I make a positive impact and I cannot substantiate it. But now I'm greenwashing is like if I don't put up 50 pages of Annex 2 website disclosures and Annex 4, and nobody is ever reading that. Even my client asked, what do I do with these things? Because I had to do it for 24 products. It's about like 500 pages. I think no one except me in the company read them all. Which says something about my job last year. But hey, I was allowed to go here, so that makes up for it. So labeling, definitely. And then secondly, I think greenwashing needs less subjectivity. So you said in the ESAs paper as well, a clear definition, clear thresholds, clear when are you actually greenwashing? Because now I feel we're sometimes holding back on what we communicate because our lawyers tell us it's a reputational risk if we put this on our website. And sure, you need to substantiate, but on the other hand, as I said before, putting a dot on the horizon for biodiversity shouldn't be a reputational risk. It should be something that we all try to do and try to make better. So that balance is we still need to strike together. Like, I think that is one of the main challenges, and that links to my last point, which would be the transition. So how do we communicate about investing in the transition and what we do there? Because obviously, like Helena said, that is, first of all, where we can make the best returns, where there's a lot to do, and we can actually improve the world. So that category, so I think the two big challenges that we have to solve, like, as supervisors in connection to the market, is how do we still keep the ambition going without this fear for, oh my God, the supervisor will come and tell us, you shouldn't have said that because, you know, it's just an idea or a strategy, or you shouldn't have put up this windmill investment because it's not representative for your full portfolio. No, but we wanted to show we're doing, you know, we're moving in the right direction. That's a balance to strike. And secondly, how do we communicate about transition, which is, yeah, something that's difficult because transitional, I think it's not only a communicational challenge, but also a data challenge, because in order to measure transition, you need good data. And I think we've avoided the data because by now, if you follow some of they all go about data. It's difficult, but it shouldn't definitely not keep us from starting to engage in this transition. So yeah, summarizing, I think we need some kind of labeling system to get consumers on board, to make it easy for them, make it accessible, and use the tools that we have, like the PI indicators, like the principle of adverse impact and the taxonomy, to communicate about transition, set the dots where we want to go, and yeah, still be clear about our ambitions. That would be my final point.
Very clear. Thanks, Verena. Jon, can I ask you the same question, basically? And also what I forgot is how digitalization can play a role in comprehensibility for retail investors.
Yeah, so I had a full list for the ESAs to work on, but we don't have the time, so I will go very quickly on very essential things. First, I'd like very briefly to come back to make my point well understood, when I think Brenda said, yeah, but people don't want forced labor, so they don't get it, and they don't, it's quite understandable, and I agree with that, and they don't want oil, so they don't get it. I think market participants, and of course even more supervisors, need not to nurture cognitive biases, but to balance them. And the truth is, and I hope I gave you the data because facts are stubborn, you know, when you say, very good, then I divest my listed European oil companies, they will still get oil, and they will get more dirty oil. And it's from the 93% who are producing and distributing oil in a different way, and they are not investing their big cash flows in renewable. Recently, I don't know if you saw that, BP and Total will increase the German wind power by 30%. So this, you said CapEx show better figures, and I fully agree with what you said on the taxonomy. It's very good measures. And another point, which is a measure because SRD2 review is coming. I think, Brenda, you said also, yes, but and you have a point, transition is difficult. How can we know if companies which are very brown, very bad will improve? Frankly, I am surprised a big pension fund is telling that. For retail investors, it's even more difficult, but when you invest, you are a co-owner, you are a shareholder, and you need to engage. And you can smile, but in Europe, most big investors do not do their job. And we try to do it, and people are voting in our place, or we don't vote because of all the barriers to small shareholders' engagement inside Europe. So we did not have time to talk about Article 9 and engagement.
But I think what you need to realize in listed equities, even big pension funds own 1 or 2%. So we work with Follow This, with other coalitions, but even then, with all these efforts, nothing is happening. So I think it's worrying.
Something is happening. I just said. Total and BP ask if the Saudi Aramco and the other non-listed oil companies, they do that.
We don't have influence at all. Yeah.
But
I think the point is that you, as a consumer, in terms of greenwashing, is you need to know. Like, okay, for us, our clients don't have a choice, but there are many people that choose their own pension funds, and you just need to know, are they excluding oil? Am I investing in transition, or am I investing in solutions? And so you need a simple label that basically tells you as a consumer, how does this product align with my values?
We are on greenwashing, so misleading information is the root. It is essentially greenwashing. If I may, I had 3 proposals.
Very shortly, because I
very
really want also to hear
we didn't talk about indices, ratings, and labels. We have preliminary findings that does not look good for retail investors. So if you could avoid to measure the performance with a specific ESG index instead of a general capital market index, that would help. The ESG indices add complexity, add problems of understanding, and they are also very contaminated by the exclusion strategy. I can show you examples. We have preliminary findings. They mostly, again, inflate the values of the most taxonomy compliant companies. Guess what? Alphabet, Microsoft, and VDIA. These companies, it's good, they are close to taxonomy compliance, but they don't need that money, and you just inflate it where you would make such more impact by putting it in companies which need to improve. We have the same problem with ratings. Preliminary findings is not good at all. Just one example, RWE, who just dismantled a full wind farm to extend a lignite mine. I hope you know what lignite is. It's even worse than coal. Is rating on the E part better than Tesla. And last thing on labels, we are submerged by labels, public ones, private ones. That is just adding to our difficulty, our confusion. Retail investor is not a full-time job. We had a lot of hopes. We are in the EU Eco-Label Board, a single, reliable, publicly governed label. Guess why it didn't work? Because some stakeholders, not us, not the environmental NGOs, wanted to have a criteria which would allow a vast majority of the investment products to get the label. No, that's not how you gain trust, reliability, and more precisely, that you get really an impact. We need huge funds for the transition. And I agree with Brenda that it is difficult, but that is where the battle to save the planet in terms of investing has to be fought. Thank you.
Elena, can I give you the floor on the similar question, actually?
Yes, thank you. Before greenwashing, we actually face health washing, and Sirpa alluded to it indirectly. I don't know, not so long ago, we were surrounded by these miraculous food products that promise, all sort of health solutions, for overweight to bad digestion, etc. And the Commission said one day, enough is enough, right? And it did 2 measures. First, any health claim, you need to substantiate it scientifically, yes? And interestingly enough, you know how many claims were actually put on the table by the industry in Europe? 44,000. And you know how many were accepted? 5%. So this is not the first time that we face a similar problem. Secondly, the Commission said, well, I'm not going to tell you how much sugar or salt or anything you need to put in your product, but what I'm going to tell you is that you need to disclose it. And in order for the consumer to know whether, 23 grams of sugar is too much or too little, you need to add, the recommended daily intake, and I will, give you that recommended daily intake. Well, something similar in a way is what is happening in the financial products with all the nuances of the complexities of financial products, of course. So given on one hand the complexity and the diversity of investment products, of investment universe, of investment strategies, and so forth, on one hand, and on the other hand, we need to take into account the difficulty of assessing and interpreting the different performance indicators, because of any of the issues that you recall, it's totally different if I'm measuring, water emissions of the mining sector, or if I'm measuring it from another sector. If I am investing in Chile, as opposed to I'm investing in Germany. So all of that needs to be taken into account, and we cannot expect the retail investor to make that assessment. So what we need is a translator, what we can say a translating system that translates all that complexity into a much more simple manner. And yes, we can get inspired from what is done in other industries like the EPCs, the Energy Performance Certificate, or the nutrition levels, yeah? A little bit more sophisticated, obviously, because we're talking about financial products. But I'm not saying no to labels, but I think labels we need to be very aware, they're very restrictive. And this is a person who worked 2 years on the eco-label, labels. They're very restrictive. And that's the last thing we need, is to constrain or hamper innovation, because this is an industry, yes, it has many problems, yes, there are complexities, but it's booming, and it's absolutely necessary that we get it right, because we need to transition to net zero and to a sustainable economy. So we need that flexibility. So a system that it mixes on one hand a grading, I don't know, like physical grading system on one hand, and the taxonomy. And yes, you don't want to start getting into a debate with your retail investor about the taxonomy and what it means, but you can definitely tell your retail investor this is the percentage of environmental sustainability of your fund. And if you are, and I'm not going to start talking about or debating about the complemented delegated act, but one thing that is for sure is that the investor can know exactly which percentage is exposed to fossil fuels and which percentage to nuclear or gas. So that is there for the retailer to choose. Finally, 2 very quick points. The first one is that there needs to be clear alignment between the name of the fund, the characteristics that is promoting in terms of sustainability and the impact, and the investment strategy. And that includes the stock selection process for the bulk of the fund. And secondly, sustainability reporting needs to be for the entire fund, because sometimes it suffices one stock, one of the 3 companies that you mentioned, to totally offset the impact of the fund and lose credibility.
Thank you. Translation mechanism is required. Still want to hear from Sirpa on the similar story. So how can we actually maintain that trust in the environment for retail investors? And is there anything in the pipeline from the European Parliament to make this happen?
Well, I hope, because the Parliament has had very good suggestions already. I'll be very brief. It's very easy after you I'll just quote Helen, that actually we can learn quite a lot of how you label the food and how you consider the nutritional value tablet actually comes from that side too. And what the Parliament proposed was already in taxonomy and due diligence that those financial products that do not comply should have a warning label. This product might carry a sustainability risk and via that a financial risk. We didn't, of course, get it through, but I think that according to the labels in cigarettes, you could have that kind of a label. Because if you don't know, right? And that is not an excuse. Then the second point is that kind of a sort of a grading, the energy efficiency grading. And what about if all the companies are the level D and E? Well, then they are. And that comes to the transition that I find very important. And the Parliament would have hoped that we would have, but they didn't fit the regulation and a big story, long story. But the point was that we would have liked to have a transitional category for companies. So that, because there are many areas of sustainability, so that you would have a company that commits to transition, maximum 10 years, preferably 5 years, and it has a clear plan that it follows, it is audited, approved by the General Assembly, reported, and if they follow it, they are transitional, and after 5 years, even though it would be 10-year time, because for some companies it's slower, let's imagine Shell really would like to be green, then it could be granted the green status. So these kind of elements we would have, and that would be a regulation. By the green label, actually, if we would extend it to the financial products, the green claims regulation that came out of the Parliament would set a very good standard there. You need to have a mechanism, it needs to be science-based, it needs to be transparent, where you show that when you claim that it is planetary friendly or green or whatever, on which basis and what are the presumed results, what you get. So we could use that identification there. So basically, yes, we could do a lot. And beside this accounting and IFRS, I explained quite lengthy, it is the ESAs, it is the supervision, it's taking this seriously. That I think it is important, and the labels and this kind of a categorization and warning labels should be for the retail investors. Last point. Guillaume, you know I love you, and I'm going to love you in the future.
Same for me, Sepa. You know it as well.
Yeah. But,
I'm seated, I'm prepared.
Don't use ever in this connection this, we beat less the wife than in the neighbor. Shell is less bad than the others. It doesn't work in this context, sorry. And I think that they really do have a black record, be it wherever based the oil companies. I really do not see that kind of a willingness to change. It is always CCU, CCS, it is this and that they claim that you do not need to de-investment from the oil, and you have still new searches, and your assets are increasing in balance sheets. It's a financial risk too. So I'm really disappointed on that, be it whatever.
I'll come back to talk to you.
We'll do it.
Well, a very heartfelt ending of this panel. I would like to thank the panelists for their wonderful insights, and clearly, hopefully, the audience has enjoyed the conversations as well. I will not try to summarize, because that's not something where we have the time for. The only thing I would like to quote is clearly Sirpa's, so raise the bar. I think still that is a good theme to take forward, because a lot of things still need to be fleshed out and worked upon. But again, it's something that will take time. Will we get there? And for a good reason. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And bye.
Thank you.
Very good, Serpa.
Thank you. Yeah.
Guillaume, are you going to stay? So I have the honor to wrap up today, and I will, the 10th anniversary of the Consumer Protection Day, which first of all started with all of you being here in the room. Again, finally a full in-person Consumer Protection Day. So let me first of all thank you all for being here, for being, I think, very good with questions in the chat, responding on Slido, but having an interest on, I think, a full agenda that filled the day with very lively discussions, including, I think, panelists that do love each other but still have something to discuss, which I think is good. Keep talking, that's how we get forward. So we started off today, I think, with some outlines of what we already do as ESMA, EBA and EIOPA together when it comes to consumer protection. A topic that is very, I would say, easy to find each other on because we all really think it is important. But let me also take this opportunity to thank my co-chairs and executive directors for very nice cooperation. I enjoy that also with the teams. And we will keep going. And I think both José, Manuel and Verena also showed a bit of what we are working on. And I think one particular area that I would like to highlight again, because I think it's slightly outside of the comfort zone, it took a bit more effort, but it gave a lot of positive energy, is these communications really directed to consumers in simple language, digital documents that are also providing additional information if you want more. I think this is a way forward that we need to continue on. And then, of course, we went on with some encouraging words from Nadia Calviño. I always really very much like to listen to her and the energy she brings to a room, really encouraging us to work together to build what we have as an entire community to drive positive change and fair growth going forward. So with that goal, we started the first panel and we tried to dive into the topic of cross-selling, shedding light on dark patterns. A little bit of disagreement whether or not this was now really happening in the industry or not, but I think that in itself shows that there are also players out there who are conscious of that, but at the same time there is room for improvement. But how do we do that? Is that assuming that because we're regulated, we're there, or maybe if supervisors enforce just a bit more, it's done, or should we look back at those who are selling and making them actually be more sure about what they sell and how they sell it. And I like the words that were spoken where it was said, how do you do that? How do you actually make consumers think of what they want to buy? I mean, they spend more time apparently on buying a television these days than they buy on buying a life product. Yet, what, and this was suggested by the professor, what if we put the trust on the consumer, that they know how to find us if we provide good products, that we don't have to nudge them into anything, and wouldn't that actually make the consumers trust in us? And I thought that was an excellent thought of that panel, even though I do think that underlying there, of course, there's still enough work that needs to be done going forward to make sure that even when you are cross-selling, it is done because you really bring value for money to the customer and you don't have any other motives. Then we moved on celebrating another birthday, the 12th birthday of the crypto. It was the 12th year of the crypto, I learned. Was it a crypto digital currency, tokenized cash, a scam? Let's stick to crypto assets. I always feel comfortable with that, even though they create FUD, another word I learned today, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. By the way, a lot of us, because we were discussing this important topic with 85% not having it.
and 15% actually being invested. But, said the Commission, 15% is enough for the Commission to actually be concerned about this and work on this. And I think that's a good thing. We listened to the market, we listened to how it can be used, how it can be improved, what is actually already happening. But we also heard the concerns. Because if people can buy these products that are quite risky, that are regulated differently, faster than Ronaldo sometimes can take a penalty, although maybe he should stick to taking penalties and not providing financial advice, how do you then protect them? And what do we do about that? And again, here we touched on how do we help consumers make the right decisions. Is that, or do we ourselves, are we ourselves responsible as supervisors, or do we put that responsibility on the industry, or do we even ask the social platforms to be the watchdog? But I think all in all, what was the overall conclusion is, and I think that was important, that even with MiCA coming into being, and the Commission said that will be already a huge challenge, it still will be clear that it's less regulated, or it's still not in scope of MiCA and therefore not regulated. So it's a new area developing, it is happening, but it comes with a lot of concerns, thought, for good reasons. And that is why we do bring in regulation, we do bring in supervision, but again, only supervision and regulation will not do the trick. It is there to also remind those who sell it that you actually need to think about what you sell to consumers, again, in order to build that trust. What they did not discuss in this panel is what it does, these new technology with sustainability, but fortunately we did have a sustainable panel, which we just had now, where actually one of the panelists tried to buy, and I compliment you on that, a personal pension product that was insurance-based, sold by a bank. I mean, that is a brilliant combination of 3 aces. I think also it bundles some of our concerns. But why do you buy that product? And it was said, in general, because you want a good pension, and good is not necessarily only very profitable, but it could also be sustainable, and sustainable not only being green, but also not investing in child labor, etc. But how do you do that, and is it done enough? Now, clearly here, there was a bit of a discussion in what you can include and how you can measure it, but on the measurement there was some positive news, which is of course the taxonomy. The taxonomy, a dictionary, a 21st century metric system, a simple instrument for companies to finally compare apples, with the purpose to make the transition, the green transition, work. And I think to a certain extent it can achieve that, and there was a positive message, but before we were all getting too happy towards the end of today, there was the message that that was definitely not enough. It took us 10 years to get there, and we do need to raise the bar. And we moved on into the discussing how we can raise the bar, what it is that we need to touch upon, and also the problem of if we want to disclose in very short and brief languages to also make sure that the personal pension product is much more understandable, how do we then prevent the reputational risk and the litigation risk going forward? But maybe here, and I heard a slight opening there for the SFDR review of an introduction of labels, but maybe here labels can help. Maybe in the same way that we now look at something that we buy, when we go to the supermarket and we check how much sugar we are buying, and we still put it in our basket, but we know at least it was bad for us. But maybe in that same simple way we can actually manage the sustainability going forward. And I think that is a positive start of a further discussion of something which is also for us as supers only beginning. But it is very necessary, because I agree on the need to raise the bar. And I also agree on this notion that it's sometimes not about I'm a little bit more green because I'm not in coal, I'm actually in gas, or I'm in fossil fuel cars. We're on the way, if you're on your way from Helsinki to Rome, if you are in Warsaw, you're out of the way. But let's say we're not on the way to Rome, let's say we're on the way to Madrid. because that's where we are. And that's also where I think Rodrigo gave a wonderful speech before the lunch, and I think a speech with many words that could actually close off today much better than my words. I think he said it's about competition, it's about regulation, supervision, claims handling, and financial education. And if we have all that, then we can do, I think we can even grow further in what we want to achieve, which is safe products that benefit consumers. Competition, we need it, but at the same time, it can push the moral compass a bit, so that's why we have the regulation. But regulation, as we said, is not just there to say, now we're regulated, so we're safe. No, you need to actually work on that. That's why we have supervisors. I agree on the points you make on ESMA. I would like to add EIOPA to that as well. We need more powers at the European level. In a time that on a passport, out of one country, products are sold, insurance products are sold in 27 countries. If that is a bad product, and if action is not taken sufficiently at the national level, we need a European supervisor that can at least stop the product to be sold. Moving on from that, of course, we need to know complaints. We need to complain ourselves. We learned today that even people who are really into crypto still get hacked. So let's complain if we feel that there is a dark pattern happening to us, but let's also monitor that. And finally, let's keep working on financial education. It won't solve everything, but it certainly can help. People understanding when they buy something, looking at the label, what it is they just got. So with that, I think we ended at a note that we talked about a lot, identified some issues, still have enough to do, but not for today. Today we can stop, but not before. I really want to thank the SMMV, particularly Rodrigo and Monty, your team. Thank you very, very much for having us here in Madrid. Thank you for an excellent organization. Also the team, all the staff here in the room, the technology, and please join me in an applause to say thank you. And finally, the team is not sending you home with empty hands, because I was told that if you have some time left before you go back to work or an airport or a train station, you can actually go into the Prado and see some of the wonderful paintings, as long as you do not exit the building. And for those who feel that they really need more of this, you can. Actually, the YouTube channel of ESMA will show all the panels in the next few days, or maybe even longer. So you can also watch this, recommend it to other people, share it on social media. But for now, we end here, and I wish you all safe travels home. Thank you.